A service of KIBMradio.com, the Internet's home for an all old-time radio.
Is anybody?
There's Molly, folks. That means your friends, the Goldbergs, are here. Brought to you by Does, the new kind of soap for everything in your wash. First, let's drop in on the Dozen family. Uh-oh. Ma and Pa Dozen just arrived home from a party. Gosh, Pa's kind of annoyed.
Why'd you keep me waiting, Ma? I told you I wanted to go home. But you and that Mrs. Blodgett kept talking a mile a minute.
Well, Pa, she'd never heard of Does. I was telling her it's a new kind of soup.
Well, you could have just said Does everything in your wash. But nope, you got to take all night to go into how Does rag rugs and towels and my overalls. Even your rayon doodad. And me wanting to start home.
But, Pa, you can't be rude to your hostess. She asked if Does would get the children's overalls clean. So naturally I said, sure, easy, and no hard scrubbing. Why, you don't need a bar soap anymore, I says, 'cause Does gets dirt out all by itself.
And me waiting and waiting.
For land's sakes, Pa, it only took a minute to tell Mrs. Blodgett how snowy white Does get her towels. No soap gets them wetter, says. Then I look around for you and you're gone.
Just out in the kitchen with Mr. Blodgett. To wait.
Well, I couldn't leave without telling her Does is safer for the nice color she washes, like her pretty rayon slips. And was she surprised, Pa, to hear Does helps colors stay bright longer. And then, Pa Dozen, I discover you playing pinochle with Mr. Blodgett.
Yes.
Yes, and then I had to wait a half hour for you.
Well, I'm not waiting for anybody to say, ladies, compared to other leading granulated wash day soaps, Does gives longer life to colors, plus unsurpassed whiteness and real cleaning power for getting the dirtiest clothes clean. Try Does, D-U-Z. It does everything in your wash. And now, the Goldbergs. Molly is at the doctor's, not for herself, but for Anne Franklin. This is a curious visit, since the doctor Molly is seeing isn't old Dr. Cater, the village physician, but his son, the junior, as Molly calls him, who, before going to the Army, was a brilliant New York psychiatrist. Major Cater is home on leave. Molly has taken the opportunity to get some professional advice on the psychological problem she's been trying to solve. But unfortunately, Molly let Jake believe she was going to the doctor for herself. And Jake, after worrying himself sick, has just heard the truth from Uncle David. And, well, you know Jake. He's in the outer office. Listen.
David, don't hold me back.
Jake, wait till we go home. This is the doctor's office.
Why should I be bamboozled this way?
Bamboozled. Mama didn't want to tell you why she was consulting the doctor because you would object. And when you heard her talking to Dr. Cater, you came to the wrong conclusion.
Do you realize what I have lived through in this hour?
Don't say I told you, Jake.
I wouldn't be responsible for what I say.
Jake, don't say nothing. Don't say. Mama is trying to save my Florence's marriage. And if she thinks Anne Franklin is pushing the divorce, shouldn't she try to find out why? And if Dr. Cater is a doctor of psychosis...
But should I be the victim?
You shouldn't, Jake. So be happy. Now you know that Molly isn't sick.
How could she walk into that office and let me think she was sick? Don't she know how much I love her?
Miss Goldberg, will you take the phone? Your daughter.
Thank you, Doctor. Dr. Cater, have you diagnosed the case yet?
Not quite. Pick up the phone, please.
Did you hear him? He said not quite.
Pick up the phone, Jake.
Hello?
Pa?
Pa.
How's Mama?
Your mother is all right.
Are you sure?
Don't say too
Are
much.
you sure?
Maybe my
Are you sure?
Don't worry, she's fine.
Let me talk
Is
to
the heart all right?
Her heart, too good.
Let me...
Is that a kidney?
Perfect. Both of them.
Let me...
I don't think you're telling me everything.
Here is Uncle David. He'll tell you everything. Here, David, before I fall to pieces.
Jay, don't fall to pieces. Hello, Dorothy.
Uncle David, how...
Mama's fine. She's not sick. She wasn't sick. She came to the doctor to converse about who's standing by you.
Nobody?
You alone?
Yes.
Rosa?
She's out with flies.
So listen, Rosa, and keep what I tell you silent, because silence is golden.
Yes, Uncle David?
Mama came to speak to Dr. Cater, the junior, about Anne.
And to have a psychoanalyze?
Yes.
Well, it's a good thing. That's just what she needs.
Yes.
Anybody that could be trying to break up a marriage and pretend to be a friend, well, then there must be something wrong.
It's all right. That's what my Mama is here.
Well, then let Mama tell him everything.
She will.
How she lied and how she came here and
Everything.
pretended to be trying to get in touch with Eugene and all the while she knew Eugene was away someplace. And how she told Mama that you as a child wasn't well.
She's made to Dr. Cater. So now you know. Now you know how she lied. And not once, Doctor, but on several occasions. And how she rules the children and how she speaks the flans. I mean, there must be something wrong, Doctor.
Yes.
Now, I wanted to go to New York to speak to Eugene, and then suddenly Eugene wasn't in New York. She told me she didn't know where he was, and she did know, Doctor.
Yes, there's something. I have no doubt of it.
Surely.
But what it is, I can't tell from your little story.
But something there is, huh, Doctor?
Yes, undoubtedly. One thing I can tell you, people don't devote themselves so entirely to the personal affairs of others
Yeah.
unless they have a stake in it.
Surely.
An emotional stake, a real interest.
Of course.
And not kindness or love, something deeper.
My voice.
And that goes for you, too, Mrs. Goldberg.
Me? I'm sick.
No, let's say tender-hearted.
Tender-hearted. Well, couldn't Anne, I mean, also...
No, what you tell me suggests something harsher than good nature. But I'd have to see this Miss Franklin and talk with her.
That's Cater. Thank you very much for your interest. I know
No,
you're a
not
busy
at all.
man now, and thank you. But, Doctor, will you call Mr. Goldberg now and tell him that I'm not sick, because he must be beside himself. He came to the wrong conclusion when I called you, and if you'll please tell him, yes?
Yes,
please,
I'll speak to
Doctor,
him.
Please.
Mr. Goldberg?
Yes?
Come in, please.
And Uncle David, too, Mr. Romaine.
Yes. Mr. Romaine, please.
Yes, Doctor.
Well, Doctor?
Come in.
Well, Doctor? What's my wife's diagnosis? Enlarged heart?
Enlarged heart.
Hallucinations?
No, I don't think so now.
Molly, I have to say.
Yes.
It wasn't nice, Molly.
Mr. Goldberg, sit down. Mr. Romaine?
Yes.
When you don't love a woman, you don't care.
You will have to excuse Mrs. Goldberg, Mr. Goldberg. After all, it's partly your fault.
For what?
Well, she didn't want you to believe that she was ill. You jumped to the conclusion.
Yeah, you jumped to conclusions.
If you had known she was coming here to see me about Miss Franklin.
I would have put my foot down.
Precisely.
Precisely.
Mr. Goldberg, for a man who's been in love with one woman for so long, you ought to be more understanding. Mrs. Goldberg is right, and was right to come here, whether I can help her or not. You don't let people sink if you can help them to swim.
I want them to swim, Jay.
And so far as not telling you the truth and letting you worry, you invented that yourself. You have a habit of jumping to conclusions. And conclusions are like cliffs. One should look before one leaps.
Jay, I'm sorry. It was my fault. But I didn't know. I told Dr. Cater to tell you at once that I wasn't sick.
And I decided not to. Because I wanted to hear what was worrying your wife sick. Being disturbed about the happiness of other people is quite as serious as heart trouble. Now, don't forget it. A good husband worries about a wife's soul.
And a good wife?
There's no such thing.
No such thing.
Now,
Thank you, Doctor.
about this Miss Franklin.
Yes.
So listen, Jake.
Your wife is right about Miss Franklin.
Huh?
Uh-huh.
Just from hearing the odds and ends of what she's done, I'd say out of my experience with these things, that something is wrong.
So listen, Jake.
And the something has to do with Miss Franklin.
What, Doctor? What?
I don't know because I have so few facts. You see, all we know now is what has happened to your daughter and husband, Uncle Dick.
Yes, I told Dr. Cater that Florence and Eugene was married for 15 years, and that now they're going to be divorced, and that Eugene came here and spoke to you, and I told about Anne Franklin, how she'd have wanted Florence to see Eugene, and how she lied to me, and she lied, and she lied.
Mrs. Goldberg certainly has the history. But we don't know how much Miss Franklin had to do with it.
Oh, sir, tell me, Doctor, what must be what?
Well, Mrs. Goldberg could ask me over to dinner tonight. I enjoy your cooking very much.
Thank you, Dr. Major.
And at the same time, I could meet this Anne Franklin.
And then?
And then?
We'll see.
Well, Molly's eyes are snapping with pleasure. For she knows Cater as we do, a clever, in fact, a brilliant judge of human nature. Yes, a man who has saved thousands of people from the despairs of their own emotions. And with Cater meeting Anne, well, Molly has reason to smile now. You know, I'd like to go Napoleon one better.
Mr. Collier, are you feeling all right?
Oh, sure. I'm not crazy. But Napoleon said an army travels on its stomach. Well, I'd like to go in one better. I'd say the future of our country, maybe the future of a whole world, depends on food.
How do you mean?
Well, not only our fighting men need food, but we at home in America need it to keep us strong so we can work for victory, too. Yes, and our fighting allies need food for their armies and for their undernourished civilian populations. You see, food is one of the greatest of all war weapons. American food fights for freedom now.
Oh, I see.
So it's our job at home to produce as much food as we can, to conserve food by avoiding waste, eating the right foods, to share food through rationing with our armies and navies and with our allies, and to play square with food by following the government's rationing and price rules. That's how we can fight for freedom, by making our food fight for freedom. Be sure to listen to the next episode of The Goldbergs, written for you by Gertrude Berg. Dinner at 8 or thereabouts, and Molly maneuvers for a tete-a-tete. This is Clayton Collier speaking and reminding you to do as the dozens do. Let Does, the new kind of soap, do everything in your wash.
Is here. Springtime in Southern California. Flowers are blooming, the sun is sending down its glorious rays, while the birds are singing in the trees. So, like the birds, let us fly to Jack Benny's home in Beverly Hills. At the moment, Rochester is dusting the living room. Bessame, mojo. Each time I cling to your lips, I hear music divine. My, clean this room and I clean this room, and before you know it, it's dusty again. Seems like I'm in here every month. Oh, well, Bessame, mucho, como si para de noche la otra.
Rochester, what are you doing in there?
Just a little spring cleaning, boss.
Oh, well, don't dust the table. I've got a couple of phone numbers written on it.
Phone number?
clippers?
Yes, one in particular, Gloria Bagelquist. Very good friend of mine.
Uh-oh, I just wiped out a beautiful friendship.
Oh, for heaven's sake, why did you have to clean the table anyway?
But, boss, I didn't know it was a table till I got through dusting it.
Now, that's silly. Didn't you see those Duncan Fife legs?
Uh-huh.
Well, what'd you think it was?
Gloria Bagelquist.
Oh, stop being funny. Go on with your cleaning. I'll be in the library.
Okay. Dum-da-dum, dum-da-dum-dum-dum. Well, look what's on top of the piano. Mr. Benny's violin. Maybe I ought to dust that, too. And look what's up here on the mantel. Nail clippers. All I have to do is clip the strings on this violin, and I will replace the dog as man's best friend. Now, clippers, don't get nervous. All you got to do is bite those strings, like this. There. Now I better hide the fiddle in this closet before Mr. Benny.
Rochester!
Yes, boy!
What was that sound I just heard?
It wasn't Decimate, boy!
Rochester, there's something funny going on here. I want to know just what it was. What was that sound I heard?
Sound?
That plink, 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 plink.
Plink, 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 plink.
Yes.
Well, let me think.
Think.
About the plink, 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 plink.
Now cut that out.
Okay, let's both forget it.
Rochester, I don't know what's come over you lately. You're getting so silly, sometimes I... Come in!
Hello, Jack.
Oh, hello, Mary.
It was such a beautiful day, I went for a walk and thought I'd drop in.
Well, I'm glad you did. I called up the whole gang this morning to come over for a swim in my pool, but you weren't home.
A swimming party? Gee, that'll be fun.
Yeah.
But, Jack, if you're inviting people to your house, you ought to get rid of that camel. The odor is something awful.
What are you talking about? My camel's out in the backyard, and we're in the house with the doors closed.
I know, but that smell is strong enough to turn the doorknob.
Well, Mary, if you were living here, you'd get used to it.
Jack, if that's a proposal, that camel isn't helping any.
I'm not proposing. Anyway, Mary, I can't get rid of the camel because I hired an Arab to take care of it. A real Egyptian Arab.
A real Arab from Egypt?
Yeah.
Well, gee. Doesn't he miss the desert?
Yes, but I take him to Azusa twice a week. Mondays and Thursdays. Say, Mary, if you stay for my swimming party, you'll get to see him later.
Okay.
Here, give me your jacket and I'll hang it up in this closet.
Thanks.
You know when the... Well, I'll be... Look, my violin and the strings have been cut. Rochester! Rochester!
You call me, boss?
Now, Rochester, why did you cut the strings on my violin?
I just wanted to prove something.
Prove what?
That life can be beautiful.
I can't understand you, Rochester. I don't know why you keep doing things to make me unhappy. You know what I'm going to do with you?
Oh, boss, are we going on Mr. Anthony's program again?
Well, you ought to be ashamed of yourself cutting the strings on my violin. Don't you like music? Mary, stop laughing. You'll only encourage him to do it again.
I know.
Well, come on, the gang ought to be here any minute now. Let's go out in the kitchen and prepare a little snack.
Okay. Oh, Jack, I think I'll phone my house and tell Butterfly to bring my bathing suit over.
Sure, go right ahead.
Oh, gee, I've only got 4 pennies.
That's all right. You can owe me a penny. Don't worry about it.
Okay. Here.
Thanks. While you're phoning, Mary, I'll make some toast for the sandwiches.
Okay. Jack, the line was busy.
Oh. Here.
Jack!
Oh. I'm sorry. I had a little mayonnaise on my finger. Now, come on, Mary. Help me with the sandwiches, will you? Da-da-da-dum, dee-da-da-dum, sweet Georgia Brown. Dee-da-da-dum, dee-da-dum-dum, dee-da-da-dum. Gee, I hope the gang gets here pretty soon. Gee, it'll be fun getting in that pool now that the nice weather is here.
It sure will. Say, Jack, when did you have the pool filled?
Oh, about 3 weeks ago.
Who did it?
Are you kidding? No, it did rain a little, you know.
Say, if I expect to get my bathing suit, I better call Butterfly again.
You don't have to, Mary. My girlfriend, Gladys Zabisco, left her suit here. You can wear that.
Jack, her suit would be much too big for me.
Now, wait a minute, Mary. Gladys isn't so fat. She's just broad across the hip.
I know, but her hips run clear up to her shoulders.
Oh, Mary, stop being catty.
Well, I'm going to phone Butterfly and get my own suit.
Okay. Thanks.
Hello, Butterfly. This is Miss Livingston. I've been trying to get you, but the line's been busy.
Oh, yes. My boyfriend's a Jerome called, and he wants to take me to a movie. May I have a night off?
Why, certainly, Butterfly. Anytime Jerome comes in from camp, it's perfectly all right.
Thank you. He's taking me to see Madame Curie.
Madame Curie? Butterfly, I thought you saw that picture last night.
I did, but I didn't understand it.
Well, do you think you'll understand it tonight?
Who cares? I'll be with Jerome.
Oh, I see.
Don't tell Jerome.
I won't.
Mary, hurry up. Tell her to bring your bathing suit.
Okay. Well, look, Butterfly, the reason I called is that I want you to bring my bathing suit over to Mr. Benny's house.
Oh, hasn't he got one of his own?
No, Butterfly. I'm going to wear it. It's in the bottom dresser drawer on the right-hand side.
Yes, ma'am. But, Miss Livingston, I don't know how to get to Mr. Benny's house.
Oh, well, look. First you go to the corner of Lexington.
Just a minute, Miss Livingston. I'll get the fountain pen and write it down.
All right.
I'm ready.
Good. Now, first you go to the corner of Lexington.
Just a minute, Miss Livingston. I'll get some paper to write it on. I'm ready.
First you go to the corner of Lexington and Camden.
Just a minute, Miss Livingston. I'm stuck.
You're stuck?
Yes. I sat down on the fountain pen.
Oh, look, Butterfly. I'm in a hurry. Go to the corner of Lexington and Camden, catch the bus there, and get off at Mr. Benny's house. The bus goes right past it.
Yes, ma'am. But how will I know which is Mr. Benny's house?
Well, you see a big sign out in front that says, if I can't act better than Paul Lucas, I'll eat my hat. It's a big sign.
But, Miss Livingston, I broke my glasses and I can't read.
Well, that's all right. You'll see Mr. Benny out there eating his hat. Goodbye, Butterfly.
Goodbye.
Mary, that wasn't a bit funny.
Well, you ought to be ashamed of yourself. Imagine putting a sign on the lawn that you're a better actor than Paul Lucas.
Mary, Rochester wrote that sign out there.
Well, why don't you make him take it down?
Freedom of the press. That's right. Anyway, Mary, the reason I...
Boss!
Rochester, what's happened? What's the matter?
Boss, you'll just have to get rid of that camel.
Get rid of my camel? Why? What'd she do?
Nothing, but if you get rid of your camel, you'll get rid of that Arab. He wants to kill me.
The Arab? What did you do to him?
Nothing. Boss, I was just...
Never mind. Here he comes. I'll ask him. Mustafa.
إذا كان الراجل دي ما سيبنيش أنا هنموته. طلعوا بره روتشستر ولا نروح من بيتكم. لاف.
Mustafa? What did Rochester do to you?
ساكن معاكم جمعتين ثلاثة والراجل دي أخذ كل فلوسي. طلعوا بره.
Rochester. Did you do that?
Your guess is as good as mine.
going to get to the bottom of this. Mustafa, now calm down and tell me, what did Rochester do to you?
He's a kind of regadela sibnish and I'm in a whittle. Come, 7. Baby needs new shoes.
Rochester, come back here. Rochester, when that Arab came here, I warned you not to get him into a dice game.
But, boss, it wasn't my fault. I was teaching him English, and we drifted into cubic arithmetic.
So let it happen again. And give him back his turban. It looks silly on you. Now, Moosey, go take care of my camel like you're supposed to.
The Louella! Well, and Ruben Beckham.
Mustafa, control yourself.
Rochester, Bactani, Pagani, I'm a good of Lucy, Teleco,
What a house. This is crazier than a radio program.
Say, Jack, I won't wait for Butterfly to bring my bathing suit. I'll go in the other room and put on Gladys's.
Okay. Come in! Well,
Hiya, Jackson. Oh, Mr. Benny. Hello, Jack.
Hiya, fellas. Say, how come the three of you all got here at the same time?
Oh, we got a carpool.
A carpool?
Yeah. Yes, sir, we sure have.
Well, that's nice. Say, who are you?
Herman Peabody.
Herman Peabody?
Oh, it's all right, Jack. He belongs to our Share the Ride Club.
Oh, say, I go downtown a lot. Maybe I could get in your carpool, too.
No, sorry, Jackson. We haven't got enough room.
Oh, too many people already, huh?
Not only that, but 2 of them never get out.
Never get out?
Yeah, some sailor and these girls.
What do you mean, kid?
That girl with the sailor is mine.
Oh, fine. Well, come on, fellas. Let's all go swimming.
Me too?
Okay, you too, Herman.
I really shouldn't stay. I ought to be working. I'm an insurance salesman.
But it's so beautiful out, Herman. Why don't you take the day off?
Well, okay.
Now, let's get into our bathing suits.
Oh, I just thought of something.
What, Herman?
Maybe I shouldn't take the day off. Maybe if I worked today, I'd sell somebody an insurance policy.
Well, you can sell it to them tomorrow.
Yeah, I guess you're right.
Well, fellas,
but something might happen to him today.
Who?
That man that won't be here tomorrow to buy the policy I should have sold him today, may he rest in peace.
What are you talking about?
Think of his poor wife and children.
Oh, now, Herman, you're letting your imagination run away with you.
I guess you're right. Come on, let's have fun.
Boys. Come on, everybody. Let's get into our bathing suits.
Yeah, let's.
Dennis, you're supposed to take your clothes off first. You ought to know that.
Oh. Hey, Mr. Benny, I don't think I ought to stay.
Why not?
That poor widow and her 2 children, I can't get them out of my mind.
Well, look, if it bothers you that much, Herman, why don't you go?
Okay, I will.
All right.
Say, Jackson, how do I look in my bathing suit?
Phil, only girls are supposed to wear bare midriff. But as long as you've got it on, wear it.
Mr. Benny, I decided to stay.
Good. Oh, Mary!
I'll be out in a minute, Jack.
We'll wait for you, but hurry up. We want to get in as much swimming as we can before we go to rehearsal. Oh, by the way, Dennis, what are you going to sing today?
On the program?
Yeah.
Well, I don't know the name of it, but it goes like this.
I'll get by.
Say, Dennis, that song will be swell for the program, and the name of it is I'll Get By.
Oh, thanks.
You're welcome. Hey, Mary, we're waiting. Aren't you ready yet?
Here I come. Hello, fellas. How do I look?
Oh, fine, Mary. Well, Mary, say, Jackson, before I go in, I'm going to use your telephone.
Okay, go ahead.
Well, that's a fine way to treat me. You let Phil use the phone for nothing.
Never mind. Say, Mary, You thought Gladys Nabisco's bathing suit would be too big for you, didn't you?
Well?
Why, it's snug. Look how you had to pull it up to pin it up over your shoulders.
Well, Jack, I've got a surprise for you.
What?
I'm only wearing the pants.
Oh.
I'm wearing the shirt.
Well, it's, well, it looks real nice on you, Herman.
I'm in here, too.
Now get out of there, Dennis. You got your own suit. Say, John, you must have been out in the sun a lot. You're as brown as a berry.
No, Jack.
All right, you're as brown as a grape nut. Are you satisfied?
No.
A malty rich grape nut?
Well,
A munchy crunchy one?
With milk and sugar?
Yes.
Yeah.
I now pronounce you man and wife. Let's go.
Married.
Yeah, we can go in now. Here comes Mr. Harris.
Good. Say, Phil, did you make your phone call?
yeah. Here, Jackson, you can punch my ticket.
Okay, kid. There.
Well, of all the teeth. Now I've seen everything.
No, you haven't. Wait till you ask for a towel.
Rochester, go back to the kitchen and take that turban off. If you know what I mean, Rochester. Well, come on. Well, come on, kids. Let's all run out and jump in the pool.
Okay.
Thanks. I hope the water isn't too cold. Oh, don't be a sissy, Phil. Come on, everybody. Last one in is a rotten egg.
Gee, the water's...
Yeah, great.
Hey, look at me. I'm a whale.
Gosh, this is swell.
Hey, look at Jack.
Where? Oh, Jackson, come on in. Well, is it cold?
No, the water's warm.
Well,
If you don't believe it, stick your foot in and see.
okay. Say, it is warm.
Mr. Benny, take your foot out of my mouth.
Oh. Hey, Jackson, the best way is to get up on the diving board and then jump right in.
Well, okay, get out of the way, everybody. People waiting around the diving board. Here I come.
Well, I'll be darned, he landed right back on the diving board.
Hey, Jackson's hurt.
Mr. Benny, aren't you coming in?
Mr. Benny.
Herman, can't you see he's unconscious?
Oh, when he comes through, will you tell him I decided to go?
All right. Now, come on, boys. Let's pick Jack up and carry him to a more comfortable spot.
Okay, I've got his feet. I got his head.
Hey, look at me. I'm Monty Woolley.
Dennis, take that off your chin and put it back on Mr. Benny's head. Here, give it to me. I'll hold it.
Look at poor Jack.
Yeah. I wonder what to do now.
I know.
Oh, Rochester.
Yes, Mr. Harris.
Rochester, there's been an accident. Bring some whiskey and some spirits of ammonia.
Yes, sir.
Gee, I better cover Jack up with this robe. There.
Look at him lying there with such a blank expression.
Yeah, let's turn him over so he's facing us.
No good. Here comes Rochester with the whiskey and the spirits of ammonia.
Here you are, Mr. Harris.
Okay. Now give Mr. Benny the spirits of ammonia.
I'll give it to him. Here, Jack. Here.
Oh.
It's no use, fellas. He's still groggy.
I know how to revive him. Let's pick him up and throw him in the pool. Yeah, that'll do it. All right, fellas, lift him up. Oh, no, you don't. I went to all this trouble to keep out of the pool. I'm going to stay out.
What?
It wasn't easy to land back on that diving board. I had to practice.
Oh, so that's it.
Come on, fellas, in with them. Put me down. Put me down. 1, 2. Darn you, fellas. You'll never come to mine. Hey, the water is warm. See you tonight. Hey, come on in, gang. Come on in, you great big sissy. You know
Hey, Mr. Wilson.
Yes, Herman?
Where'd everybody go?
Oh, they had to go to rehearsal.
Gee, that's too bad. Just when I decided to stay. Now I'll be lonesome.
Well, if you want, I'll talk to you.
Please do.
Well, now, look, Herman. When you start out in the morning to sell your insurance, don't just rush out of the house. First, eat a good breakfast. You'll do a better job and feature multi-rich grape nuts.
You fascinate me. Tell me more.
Well, now, Herman, no matter what your job is, you'll do it better if you start off with a nourishing breakfast. And grape nuts make an ideal breakfast dish because they bring you grand all-around whole grain nourishment. Herman, grape nuts are crisp and crunchy with the sweetest of nut flavor that makes them swell eating every time. So, Herman, if you want to be a good insurance salesman, eat a good breakfast, do a better job, and include delicious, nourishing grape nuts.
Hey, you're nice.
Well, thanks, Herman, but I have to run along now to rehearsal.
You have to go?
Yes, I do, Herman, but when you leave, don't forget to turn out the lights, will you?
Okay, bye.
We're a little late. Good night, folks.
Sailors, Marines, Coast Guardsmen. Here's the Benny Show with Dennis Day, Rochester, Phil Harris and his orchestra, Mary Livingston, and Jack Benny.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, continuing our sightseeing tour through the courtesy of the Chamber of Commerce, I would like to call your attention to that beautiful house on the right. It is the home of that very fine actor, Lionel Barrymore.
Lionel Barrymore?
Yes, ma'am, and on the left is the residence of that famous movie star, Gary Cooper.
Oh, boy, Gary Cooper. I could sure go for him.
Remember, Poopsie, we're on our honeymoon.
And now, turning the corner, we come to another beautiful street.
Say, Rudy, isn't this an interesting tour?
Yeah, Poopsie, it's nice of the Chamber of Commerce to furnish these free trips.
It sure is.
Well, we want you to like our town. And now, ladies and gentlemen, that white Spanish house with the red tile roof is the home of that glamorous actress, Hedy Lamarr.
Did you notice, Poopsie? I didn't say
I know you didn't, sweetheart. You're mine. All mine.
Yeah. I keep saying to myself, what has Hedy Lamarr got that you haven't got? And all the time I know.
On your right, ladies and gentlemen, between those two rows of palm trees, is the home of W.C. Field.
W.C. Field?
Yes, notice the lovely swimming pool in the yard.
Yeah, you can even see the green pebbles in it.
Madam, those are olives. And now, folks, if you will look to the right, you will see Claudette Colbert's house. Next to it is Spencer Tracy's residence. And here on the left is the home of Jack Benny.
This is where I get off, driver. Stop the bus.
Did you stow away again?
What?
Take off that beard. I know you.
Don't be sarcastic, driver. This isn't the only bus that goes to Beverly Hills.
It's the only free one.
Never mind. Stop the bus.
Now, watch those steps. I don't want you to get hurt and sue the company again.
Oh, quiet.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, we leave Beverly Hills and drive out to Santa Monica. Yes, folks, beautiful Santa Monica, where you will see more homes of your favorite movies.
Da-da-da-dum, dee-da-da-dum, sweet Georgia Brown. Dee-da-da-dum. If there's anything I hate, it's a smart aleck bus driver. Dee-da-da-dee-dum, dee-da-da-dum. Gee, was I surprised when we passed Claudette Goldbergs' house. He's still using the same old curtains. Dee-da-da-dee-dum. I wonder what Paramount's paying her now. Oh, well. Hello, Rochester.
Hello, boys. You're late.
Yeah.
That bus must have gone to Santa Monica first today.
No. We came right to Beverly Hills. Any mail, Rochester?
No, but Miss Louella Parsons called.
Louella Parsons?
Yes, she wants to get an interview about your career in radio.
Well.
And pictures.
Pictures, too?
I talked her into that.
Oh, good. You know, Miss Parsons only interviews important people. See, I'll have to think up some interesting things to tell her.
Tell her about your tours through North Africa, Egypt, and Beverly Hills.
Well, don't worry. I'll think of something.
You better think fast, boss. You'll be here this evening.
What?
That's what she said. That's what the lady said. She said that.
Louella Parsons is coming here tonight, but I invited my gang for dinner.
That's good, boss.
Good? What do you mean, good?
Be a big shot. Call her up and tell her you're giving the dinner in her honor.
Say, gee, you know, Rochester, you really think fast.
I want that plump out of here if I didn't.
Well, look, you go in the kitchen and get things started, and I'll get Miss Parsons on the phone.
Number, please.
Operator, get me Crestview 52717.
Crestview 52717.
Yes, Crestview 52717.
271. Let me see.
What's the matter, operator?
I'm new here.
What?
I haven't had any experience.
Well, for heaven's sake, don't pass up this opportunity. Chevy Crestview 52717.
I used to work in May's department store. I sold girdles.
I don't care whether you sold girdles or not. Look, miss, this is Jack Benny.
Jack Benny?
Yes.
My, what a small world. Here I am saying to you, what number, please? And only last week I said to you, what size, please? Look, you're a telephone operator now, so will you please... My girlfriend is selling those girdles now.
Look, I'm not interested in girdles.
They have a new model called Fatty's Secret.
That came out over 5 weeks. I don't know anything. I don't know anything about Fatty's Secret. Now, will you please get me my... Come in. Operator, try and get that number and call me back. Hello, Mary.
Hello, Jack. The gang get here yet?
Not yet, but guess what? Louella Parsons is coming over tonight to interview me.
She is?
Yeah. See, Mary, I want everything to be just right when Louella gets here. Rochester, don't forget to put flowers on the table.
Yes, sir.
And go down to the cellar and bring up some wine.
The cheap wine or the imported stuff from Pomona?
The imported wine, of course. See, imagine Louella Parsons coming to interview me. In fact, I hope everything goes along all right. I hope she gets the right impression.
Oh, Jack.
I hope I know what to tell her. Oh, Rochester!
Uh-huh.
Don't forget to put flowers on the table.
I'm putting them.
God, imagine an interview.
Well, all right, so she's coming over to get an interview. What are you so nervous about?
I'm not nervous.
And stop running your fingers through your hair. Put it on and relax.
Oh, yes.
Jack, the curl goes in front.
It's not a curl. That's a loop I hang it up with. After all, there's nothing wrong with being neat. That loop is supposed to be in back.
Well, tuck it in. You look like Fu Manchu.
There's no time for jokes. Now, let's see. When the gang gets here, I want them to be sure. Oh, I just thought of something. Rochester! Put some flowers on the table.
Boss, what are you going to do with Miss Parsons' feet up there?
Don't be so smart and do what I tell you. Now, Mary, come on out in the kitchen and help me get things ready, will you? I want Come on, Mary. Let's finish setting the table. Louella's liable to be here any minute. Oh, Rochester!
I'm putting them!
I don't mean that. What are we having for dessert?
We're having devil's food cake.
Good.
Now, Jack, remember, when Louella comes in, compliment her. Tell her how nice she looks and that she's much thinner than you thought she was. Women like to hear that.
Yeah, I know.
Hey, boss, you know that devil's food cake?
Yes?
Even the devil would need it now.
I knew that would happen just when I'm nervous and everything. Whew. That must be Louella now.
All right, Jack, don't get so excited.
I won't.
And when he answers the door, be gracious.
I will. I'll even bow as she comes in. Whoop. I'm coming. Welcome to my humble abode.
Hey, Jackson, what are you looking for? Did you drop something?
He's bowing.
Oh,
Phil, I thought it was somebody else.
Hiya, Jackson. Hello, Mary.
Hello, Phil.
Are we in time to eat?
Pretty soon, Don.
Hello, everybody.
Hello, Dennis.
Come on in, fellas. Come on in.
Boy, am I hungry. Yeah.
Oh, say, fellas, have I got a surprise for you? You know, we're having Louella Parsons for dinner.
You promised us roast beef.
We are having roast beef. Miss Parsons. All right, I didn't mean it that way. Miss Parsons is the guest of honor.
Oh.
In fact, she's going to interview me. Now listen, kid. Louella's coming here to get the story of my life, so don't do anything to embarrass me.
Say, Jack, I just happened to think. Don't forget to talk to Louella about her book.
Her book?
Yes, The Gay Illiterate. It's all about Hollywood.
Oh, yes. Darn it, I wish I had time to read it. Did you read it, Don?
I just started it.
Oh, gosh, I wish... Say, Phil, did you read it?
Not me. I don't want to clutter up my mind with a lot of outside stuff until after Flat Top gets a chair.
Oh, fine. I should have known better than to ask you. You never read a book in your life.
What are you talking about? I just finished Jimmy Starr's book, The Corpse Came Cod.
That's The Corpse Came C.O.D.
All right, C.O.D. What does that spell, herring?
Yeah, herring.
You promised us roast beef.
Dennis, we're not talking about the dinner.
Oh.
Gee, Mary, gosh, I don't know what to do about Louella's book, The Gay Illiterate.
Well, she probably won't mention it, but if she does, we'll change the subject.
Okay. Now remember, fellas, that's her now.
Now, don't forget, Jack. Tell her how wonderful and slim she looks.
Yeah, I will.
Coming!
Oh, darn it. Rochester had to leave that footstool in the middle of the hall.
Well, get up, and the loop goes in back.
All right.
Just a minute!
Welcome to my humble... Oh, hello.
Hello. Remember me? I'm Herman Peabody.
Oh, yes, Herman. You're the one that belongs to the carpool with my gang.
Yeah, they always go places and leave me waiting outside.
Well, look, Herman.
See, I'm an insurance salesman, and I joined this carpool 3 weeks ago, and I haven't been to the office since. It's awful.
Well, remember, your business comes first, Herman. Why don't you pool up with some other insurance salesmen?
Oh, I tried that, but I couldn't afford it.
Why?
They kept selling me insurance.
Oh.
You wouldn't think it to look at me, but I'm worth $8 million dead.
Gee.
Every morning when I wake up, my wife gets so mad.
Well, look, Herman.
Once I overslept for 15 minutes, and boy, did I jump up fast.
Why? What woke you?
They were throwing dirt in my face.
Well, look, Herman.
Hey, Jack, the goalkeeper out there, bring her in.
It's not Louella, it's Herman Peabody.
Oh. Come on in, Herman.
Yes, Herman, come on in. I'm expecting a guest for dinner, but it'll be all right for you to stay.
Oh, thank you. You're sweet.
Well, I try to be. Hey, Rochester!
Yeah, boss?
There'll be one more for dinner.
Thanks for the warning. I'm eating now.
Don't you dare. Now, fellas, after we have dinner, I think we ought to do something to entertain Louella. I'll tell you what, you guys insist that I play my violin.
Wait a minute, Jackson. We ain't getting that kind of dough, Bub.
Jack, if you want Louella to be entertained, why don't you let Dennis sing?
Sure, I'll sing for Miss Parsons.
All right, Dennis, you sing, and I'll accompany you on the violin. Come on, kid, let's rehearse it now.
Okay.
Keep out of it.
Oh, for heaven's sake.
I love you. Comes the April breeze. I love you. Echo the hills. I love you. For golden dawn agrees. As once more she sees daffodils. It's spring again, and birds on the wing again. Start to sing again the old melody. I love you. That's the song of songs, and it all belongs to you and me. It all
That's swell, Dennis. That's a beautiful number. Be sure and sing that for Miss Parsons after dinner.
Yeah, then maybe she'll write about me in her newspaper column.
That's right, she might.
I can just see the headline now. Dennis thrills Louella.
Oh, sure.
If my girl sees that, she'll slap my face.
Dennis, you won't be in the headlines, so forget about it. Gee, I wish Louella would get here.
Me too. I'm hungry.
Say, Jack, I just thought of something else.
What?
You better have your camel locked in the garage or Louella won't be able to stand it.
You want to hear something, Mary? I don't even know where my camel is. It disappeared this morning, and I sent... Phil, where are you going?
Out in the kitchen. If that roast beef's got humps on it, I'm leaving.
Don't be silly. The camel's probably wandering around the neighborhood. I sent my Arab out to look for him.
I'm so hungry I could eat the camel.
Me too, Mr. Benny.
I'm starved.
I haven't eaten since breakfast.
Breakfast? Well, that isn't so bad, Herman.
That was before I joined the carpool 3 weeks ago.
Anyway, we're going to eat pretty soon, and you'll have a nice... Whoop! That must be Louella now. I'll go to the door. Now, remember, fellas, act nice and no monkey business. Phil, straighten your tie. Dennis, smile when she comes in.
Jack, don't be so nervous.
I'm not nervous. I'm coming.
Oh, Jack, don't forget to tell her that she's much thinner than you thought she was.
I won't forget. Coming. Well, Louella Parsons. What a surprise.
Hello, Jack. Hello, Jack.
Come in, Louella.
You know, I've been here sooner, but the bus went to Santa Monica first.
Oh, yes. Say, Louella, don't put this in your column. But when you passed Claudette Goldberg's house, did you notice those curtains? Huh?
Yes, I have the same kind in my house.
Well, aren't they lovely? Come on in, Louella. I want you to meet my gang. Right this way. They're in the other room. Darn that footstool.
Well, don't stand there. Pick me up.
Oh, yes, I'm sorry, Louella. Hey, fellas, I got a surprise for you. Louella Parsons.
Hello, everybody.
Hello, Louella. Nice to see you. Yep, she's here to get an interview.
How are you, Louella? I haven't seen you for a long time.
I'm just fine, Mary, just fine.
Well, you're looking wonderful, isn't she, Jack?
Huh?
Isn't she looking wonderful, Jack?
Yes. You know, Louella, you're not nearly as fat as I thought you were.
Jack!
I mean, you really look very slender.
That's because she's standing next to Mr. Wilson.
Dennis, behave yourself.
Oh, that's all right, Jack. I know I look pretty well now, and so do you.
Yes, we do.
Thanks to Fatty's secret.
You know where the body's buried, Louella. Well, can we get on with the interview, or would you like to have dinner first?
Oh, am I staying for dinner?
Certainly, sir. You're the guest of honor.
Oh, well, thank you, Jack. But first, I'd like to ask you 1 or 2 questions.
Go ahead, Louella. Fire away. I was born in Waukegan, Illinois, and I went to grammar school until I was...
Jack, wait till she asks the question.
Oh, yes. I'm nervous. I'm sorry.
Now, Jack, tell me. When are you going to make another picture?
Well, Louella, right now, I'm making a picture called The Horn Blows at Midnight at Warner Brothers with Alexis Smith, produced by Mark Hellinger and directed by Raoul Wall.
Gee, what a long title.
Dennis, be quiet.
Now, Jack, how long have you been in radio?
Radio? Well, about 13 years.
And of those 13 years, how long would you say you've been a star?
Well, I don't know. I'd say 7 years.
7 years, uh-huh. And how long has Rochester been with you?
7 years.
That's right. He's a wonderful butler. You know?
Yeah. He's pretty good on the radio, too.
Yeah. Once in a while, I let him take a line when I'm short an actor. Anything else you want to know, Louella?
Yeah, when do we eat?
Oh, I'm sorry. I almost forgot about dinner.
I didn't.
Well, come on in the dining room, Louella, and while we're eating, you can ask me some more questions. Come on, everybody. Don, you take Louella in. Come on, fellas. Mary, you sit by me.
Here's my arm, Louella.
Thank you, Don.
Oh, say, Louella, I want to ask you something.
What is it, Don?
About that girdle called Fatty's Secret. Does it come in king size? Huh?
Don, what do you think I'm wearing? The junior miss?
Well, here we are. Everybody sit down.
Yes, sir.
Gee, this food looks good.
Sit right here, Louella. Let me fill up your plate. Some roast beef, some green peas, some mashed potatoes.
Thank you. I just love mashed potatoes.
Good.
Say, Jack, I wrote a book called The Gay Illiterate. Did you...
Here, Louella, have some more mashed potatoes. They're delicious.
Oh, thank you, Jack. Did you read my...
Here, Louella, have some more mashed potatoes.
Thanks, Mary. Now, as I was saying, I wrote a book called Here, Louella, have some more mashed potatoes.
That's right, Louella. Don't be bashful. Have all you want.
Say, Lolly, I meant to ask you. You just got back from New York, didn't you?
Yes, Phil. And while I was there, I did a broadcast with Fred Allen.
Louella, please, we're at the table. I never permit that name to be mentioned in my dining room.
Excuse the expression, Mr. Benny, but I like Fred Allen.
Oh, Rochester!
Yes, sir.
No more meat for Mr. Peabody. Now, shall we drop the subject, or are there any more vegetarians here? That's better.
Now, Jack, getting back to my book, it did...
Here, Louella, have some more mashed potatoes.
That was very thoughtful of you, Don, wasn't it, Louella? Louella, wasn't it? Louella, where are you?
Right over here behind these mashed potatoes.
Well, dig a hole in the middle so I can see it. There, that's better. Better. I'm so nervous when I have, Now, Louella, rather than just having you ask me a lot of questions, I'll give you a brief story of my life.
All right, Jack, go ahead.
Now, I was born in Waukegan, Illinois in 1905. After graduating from grammar school in Waukegan, I went to high school, where I first took an interest in music. Later, I went to Chicago, where I studied the violin under Hugo Kortchak at the Chicago Conservative of Music. After 4 years of intensive studies...
Shut up!
Dennis. Anyway, Louella, after 4 years of intensive study, I showed much promise, so much promise, that my professor decided to send me to Carnegie Hall.
I haven't eaten in 3 weeks, you know.
That's all right. Well, anyway, Louella, I arrived in New York in June, a stranger in the city. Thank you, Louella. Good night, everybody.
Broadcast of the Jack Benny program is a presentation of the Armed Forces Radio Service.
Thank you very much. I can't tell you what it means to me to have me come out after all these years by myself, and you're all applauding and got those smiles on your faces and glad to see me. I just want to tell you I love you for it because I need it. I've been with Jack Benny for 16 years, and there ain't no money connected with that. I think in the dark room on Saturday night gives you a fast course of love and blow when you've had it, Dad. Also, last time when I married Alice, they told me she had money, but I'll be damned if I can find it. I've looked everywhere. Your brother might have it. I went with him. He ain't got nothing. So whatever you can do to help me earn an honest living, I'll certainly appreciate it. I'm awfully happy to see you servicemen here. It's a pleasure to have you. And I just want you to know you're welcome in our program anytime because they're not only doing a wonderful job for our sailors. I got to go with you guys because during the last war I was in the Navy myself. I fought the battle. We lost 8 lobster traps over there. One night, the brain didn't eat for days. Oh, were they red? They were really trouble. But they had a very unique way of selecting their enlisted men when I went into the Navy, according to what they've done in private life. For instance, I went in with a couple of buddies of mine, and one of them was a street cleaner, and they put him on a mine sweep. And this other buddy of mine was a construction guy. He tore down his building, and they put him on a destroyer. Ferry boat. You're a good group. I walked to the barber shop, walked up to the barber, says, how many have come back? Next day ahead of me, the barber says, 3. The guy goes, he don't come back. Now the barber's going nuts on them scissors, So he's getting a little look. Every day a guy comes in, wants out, he don't come back. He says, if he does it tomorrow, he says to boot black, follow him. I want to know. Next day ahead of it, the barber says 3. The guy went out, the boot black followed him. Boot black, where'd he go? Where'd he go? The boot black says to you. Like the drunk that fell out of a 12-story window, blind, boom, he fell out. A big crowd got around on the street. He got up, brushed himself off. The fellow walked up, says, what happened? He says, damn fine, no, I just got here. We're rolling now. 2 drunks walking down the railroad track, and man, they were really stoned. See, and they're walking down this railroad track, and one looks at the other and says, man, it's the longest staircase. The other one says, I don't mind that. It's these low banisters. Whatever little success, ladies and gentlemen, I'm serious now, that we've attained has been due to you nice people listening to our program, and because we have a wonderful, wonderful organization. And I just want to tell you that our business is like your business. One person or two people can't do it. You've got to have a competent organization, and we've been very, very fortunate. And in every department, well, for instance, every one of those fellows that you see sitting up on that stand does an outstanding job on his or her particular interest. See, there's things that I know that you don't know. Now, you take the leader, he's okay. We're very happy about him because we have a genius on our hands, and I'm serious now, because he's already had two of his own things, played in the Hollywood Bowl, and he's been nominated 6 times for the Academy Award, ladies and gentlemen, in pictures. He was nominated last year and just lost it by a few points for the marvelous arranging and directing of the beautiful music that you saw in the Hans Christian Andersen story. This is Walter Sharp and his music. All of the boys that you see sitting up there, ladies and gentlemen, have been with me connected some way or other for many, many years, because I started off as a lead drummer, but it gave me a beautiful opportunity of meeting some wonderful fellows, and we've been friends ever since. And all those fellows up there are very successful in this music business. I'd like to introduce them all to you and tell you what they've done in the past, but that would take a lot of time. I can tell you that they've been around me, but there's one or two of them up there I think you might enjoy meeting. There's one fellow going to be with me. He's got more money than Alice. And I'm not kidding. But he likes to be around me, and it's always a pleasure to have him. He's a big name in his own right in this business. Albino Ray. Every week we have Red Nichols, but Red now has got his 5 pennies. He got a date up in Coeur d'Alene. He's playing up there this week in Coeur d'Alene. But sitting up in the back row is one of the greatest tools. In fact, I shouldn't say greatest because they're all great, but I'll introduce him to you this way. He is the husband of that wonderful little girl, Daisy Rose Marie, if you ever remember. And this is Bobby Guy that was with Kay Kaiser along the trumpet place. On the end here hasn't been with me long. He was the coast representative for Manischewitz, but now I'd like to introduce Sue Small, ladies and gentlemen, because without her I don't think the program would be possible. In fact, I'm sure of it. I'm not going into a big eulogy. I'm just going to tell you we've been married 12 years. We've got 2 beautiful daughters. She's not only the most beautiful gal in the world, but this bitch got talent, too. Alice Faye. Say it. You got ankles like natives, answer. You bought me this big shirt. You didn't give me muscles, you know. You're going to have a lot of nerve. Now we got, let me see who else we have. I'm going to save the guest because I want you to really give me a big hand for her when she comes out. I think you'll get a kick out of seeing it. Now we have another guest star, in fact, 2 of them. This young fellow that I'm about to introduce comes over whenever we need a real good actor and helps me out. And he's also a big star in television. He's got a lot of motion pictures. But mainly, you might remember him last year because he is so enthused about baseball that he went away for years rather than to work and to become an umpire. And he has turned out to be one of our best umpires, and he loves the game, and we're expecting big things for him, and we're waiting to see him in the big leagues. Little Gil Stratton, ladies. Quite a bit. This is her first time in quite a while. In private life, she's married to Don Wilson. one of my closest buddies, and she is one of our best actresses we have in this business, Miss Lois Corbett, ladies. Little girl who plays the part of Alice on the program, one of our outstanding little actresses in this business, Miss Janine Roos. Come on. Come too young for me. I imagine some of you people remember. I can remember when I learned to get the beat. Those kids used to have to stand on a box to get up to here. Imagine that. That little girl I just introduced when we first brought her here. Oh, honey, it won't be long now. Kid that steals our show every week, and we're very happy about it because he's not only a wonderful guy, but he's got a lot of talent. He plays the part of Julie Sabruzio, the grocery boy, and the Walter In fact, the matter is, they go back to the Coconut Grove with me. Many, those two commercials on the Benny Show, and they're a big act in their own right. If you ever see the name on the marquee, go in, because for an hour and a half, they're really entertaining. The Sportsman's Quartet. And now the one and only Elliot Lewis. Thanks very much, ladies and gentlemen, for coming. And I certainly hope you enjoyed the show. And I want you to laugh or I want you to cry. In other words, for goodness sake, laugh, will you? You're on, Alice, right on the start. You fluff a line at the beginning of this program, buddy, and you better have money. I'll tell you that right now.
Twinkle, twinkle, lovely star. With your talent, you'll go far. Where can I find you? Tell me, pray.
I'm on the air for RCA.
RCA Victor, world leader in radio, first in recorded music, and first in television, presents the Phil Harris Alice Faye Show. Here is the Phil Harris Alice Faye Show, transcribed, written by Ed James and Al Schwartz, with Elliot Lewis, Walter Tetley, Janine Roos, Ann Whitfield, Walter Sharp on his music, and yours truly, Bill Foreman. Tonight's minor masterpiece is entitled The Chaperone, or Plug the Hole in the Silo, Father, the Corn is Leaking Out. First, here's a word from RCA Victor. The stars of the RCA Victor program, Alice Faye and Phil Harris. It's evening in the Harris household. Of course, it's evening in a lot of other places, too, but it's still evening in the Harris household. At the moment, everything is peaceful and calm, but it won't stay that way for long. Elliot is waiting in the den. And Phil, a happy little chappie, is about to burst into song. Again?
All I want for Christmas is some black-eyed peas, some black-eyed peas, yes, some black-eyed peas. All I want for Christmas is some black-eyed peas and maybe some chocolate-covered chitlins. All I want for Christmas is some southern ham with the candied jam, but leave off the spam. Oh, hi, Elliot. Pool room closed already?
Hello, Curly. Wow. What's the matter? You look like a hard night in Las Vegas. Curly, I'm in no mood for levity. What? No jokes, please. I got troubles.
Somebody unloaded your dice, huh?
That's right, laugh at me. Julius La Rosa never had a problem like mine. But don't let that bother you. Go ahead, laugh.
Wait a minute. You ain't kidding, are you?
Would I kid about a thing like this? It's all over, Curly. I'm finished. Washed up. You got married? Worse. You know that old routine we used to do with the Dixieland doozies?
You mean, who was that ladle I seen you with last night? That was no ladle, that was my knife? That one?
Yeah. Look, Elliot, don't worry, will you? Nobody's going to hold that against you. No, you don't understand. I got paid $20 to do the routine at a club.
Oh, and Jack Webb's going to slap you with a 419.
A what?
419. Taking money under false pretenses.
Nobody slapped me with anything. I haven't even done the act yet.
Then stop worrying.
Stop worrying, he said. I can't do the act without a partner, can I? And I can't get a partner. Any place.
I see what's coming.
Oh, Curly, look, you know the routine.
Elliot, don't start with me
But it'd
now.
be so easy. We wouldn't even have to rehearse. You know the whole bit.
Elliot, I ain't doing no cornball routine. I'm getting too old to duck.
You don't have to duck. We do it in back of a screen.
Elliot, in 2 words. No.
My friend. My pal. I asked him to do one little favor.
Look, I ain't gonna do it.
10 minutes. That's all it'll take, the whole thing.
I ain't gonna do it.
Okay, you ain't gonna do it. Let him throw me in jail. What do you care?
They won't throw you in any jail.
Curly, I took the money. I'll wind up in the clink.
You won't wind up in the clink. Not if I can help it.
You do the act with me?
When do they allow visitors?
Big joke. I'm heading for the rock pile. He makes jokes.
Elliot, the whole thing is so simple. Give him back the $20.
Give it back?
Sure. Tell him you got a better offer from Molotov's Hawaiian Garden.
Curly, you see, I met this jockey.
Tilt.
But it was a sure thing. Bourbon boy.
How'd he finish?
5th.
Maybe he needed a chaser.
Hey, Curly.
Look. You don't have to worry. If you haven't got the $20, I'll lend it to you.
But, Curly,
I'll give it to you. It'd be worth $20 to stay away from that corny routine we used to do.
Gee. Thanks, Curly. You know, Curly, you're like a mother to me.
All right, Clyde, don't let these curls fool you.
Phil!
Oh, we're in here in the den, honey.
Hey, Curly, you won't forget about the $20.
I'll give it to you. Stop worrying.
Phil, do you want to see something adorable?
You got a new picture of me?
No, Phil, it's little Alice. Come on in, Angel.
Okay, Mom.
Look, honey, Elliot and I have a little business, too. Wow.
How do I look, Dad?
Well, I don't know. What are you supposed to be?
She's Madame Pompadour.
Oh.
Dig the wig, man.
They don't like it.
Oh, sure we do, honey. It's just, well, ain't it a little late to go trick-or-treating?
Now, look, it isn't for Halloween, Phil. Little Alice is going to a masquerade dance with Sniffy.
Oh, she is. Is she?
Hey, look, Curly, give me the $20 and I can go
Now,
on.
wait a minute. I got to take care of this first. Who said that she could go to a dance?
Phil, you're not going to start that again, are you?
Why not? She's as much my daughter as she is yours.
Hey, Curly, just give me the $20 and
I wouldn't care if she was 16 or 15, but she's only 14. She's a baby. She's an infant. She's wearing lipstick again.
Curly, if you don't have a 20, maybe 2 10s.
I don't know why you're so upset. You can hardly notice it.
Hardly notice it. She looks like a side order of ketchup.
But, Dad, it's the latest thing. Riding Hood Red.
Oh, fine. Now she carries her own wolf bait.
Maybe 4 5s, Curly?
Elliot.
2,000 pennies?
Phil, I don't understand. You've always wanted little Alice to know the right people.
Sure, and who does she pick out? Sniffy, a postnasal drip.
He can't help it, Dad. He's allergic.
Allergic? He sounds like Niagara Falls with a slow leak.
Oh, now look, Phil, he's a very nice boy. And besides, he's taking her to the finest country club in Los Angeles.
I wouldn't care if he was Lakeside?
Exactly. Lakeside.
No kidding. Gosh, Curly, you've been trying to crash that joint for 10
never mind,
years.
Harry, never mind. You know, honey, maybe I have been a little too strict with little Alice.
Oh, Dad.
It might be a good idea if she went. Properly chaperoned, of course.
Now you're talking, Curly.
After all, I am her father, and even though it's going to cut in on my evening, a father's first duty is to his child. It isn't that I want to go to Lakeside.
Why not? It'd be a great place to go, Curly.
Phil, you can't go to Lakeside. It's a costume party.
Okay, I'll put on my good suit and go as a bum.
No, you don't have to worry about costumes, Curly. I got the outfits from the act. We can go as the Cornball Brothers.
Hey, that's right, Alice. We'll wear those loud coats and the straw hats, and we'll... Wait a minute, Roy. Hold it. What do you mean we can go?
We? You and me. So, you and I.
What? I thought you were in such a hurry to pay back the $20. What happened with that?
Oh, there's no big rush.
Then what was this routine? 4 5s, 2,000 pennies.
Well, I was figuring my income for next year.
2,000 pennies?
I'm expecting a good year.
Dad, I don't need a chaperone. Really, I don't.
Don't be ridiculous. Every girl needs a chaperone.
But they'll have a dozen chaperones at the dance. They won't need you.
Oh, they won't, huh? Well, let me put it this way, little Alice. What's coming up next week?
Christmas.
Okay. What do we have on Christmas?
A Christmas tree?
What goes under the Christmas tree?
Presents.
And who gives you the best presents?
You do.
Then who's going to be your chaperone tonight?
We don't need a chaperone.
This kid ain't too bright.
Well, I tell you might as well face it. If you want to go to the dance, you've got a chaperone.
Gee whiz. What am I going to tell Sniffy?
I don't know. You'd better think of something fast. Let Sniffy in, Phil.
How do you know it's Sniffy?
The doorbell just waved a handkerchief.
Oh.
Phil, let him in.
Okay, I'll let him in. Sniffy. Well, maybe it's my fault. I take a nip, she comes up with a drip.
Hello, Mr. Harris.
Hello, Snippy. Park your nose drops and come in.
Beautiful night, isn't it?
It's the only snorkel I've ever seen without a submarine.
Hello, Sniffy.
Hello, Mrs. Harris. Hello, Mr. Lewis.
Hiya, Sniffy, old kid.
Hello, Sniffy.
Hello, Alice.
Oh, look now, but you just inhaled your necktie.
I don't have a necktie, Mr. Harris. Indians never wear neckties.
You're supposed to be an Indian?
Naturally, Curly. He's a member of the Blackfoot tribe.
How do you know?
Well, just look at his... Pardon me, those are his galoshes.
Oh, great, an Indian with galoshes.
Oh, I think you look very nice, Sniffy.
Thank you, Mrs. Harris. I'm Hiawatha.
Sounds more like cheap rain in the face.
Mother will never get to the dance.
Well, let's go. I'm ready.
Sniffy, there's been a slight change in plans. Mr. Harris is going with you.
As a chaperone.
Oh, that'll be great fun.
Well, Phil, if you're going, you and Elliot better get into your costumes.
All right, honey.
Mr. Lewis, too?
I'm going to umpire on the bases.
All right, come on, Elliot. Where'd you leave the cornball costumes?
They're in my suitcase in the hall.
Well, let's get them and put them on. Let's get this show on the road.
Okay, Professor, let's have the overture.
Mother, do they have to go?
I'm afraid so, dear.
Gosh, he went to the movies with us once.
And he kept talking to the people in the pictures.
Well, they were probably friends of his.
Mother.
Don't worry, honey. Now, I'll come along later to make sure your father doesn't get in anybody's way.
You will?
Mm-hmm. Gee, that'll be great, Mrs. Harris.
Do you have a costume?
Well, I'll whip something up.
But when?
As soon as I finish my number, okay? They warned me when you kissed me, your love would ricochet. Your lips would find another, and your heart would go astray. I thought that I could hold you with all my many charms. But then one day you ricochet to someone else's arms.
And baby, I don't want a ricochet romance, I don't want a ricochet love. If you're careless with your kisses, find another turtle dove. I can't live on ricochet romance, no, not me. If you're gonna ricochet, baby, I'm gonna set you free.
I knew the day I met you, you had a roving eye. I thought that I could hold you. What a fool I was to try. You promised you'd be faithful and you would never stray. Then like a rifle bullet, you began to ricochet.
And baby, I don't want a ricochet romance, I don't want a ricochet love. If you're careless with your kisses, find another turtle dove. I can't live on ricochet romance, no, not me. If you're gonna ricochet, baby, I'm gonna set you free.
When we announced our wedding, you made me mighty proud. I whispered to our company, and you preferred a crowd. You buzzed around the other girls just like a busy bee. And when you finished buzzing, cousin, you buzzed right back to me.
And baby, I don't want a ricochet romance, I don't want a ricochet love. If you're careless with your kisses, find another turtle dove. I can't live on ricochet romance, no, not me. If you're gonna ricochet, baby, I'm gonna set you free.
Elliot, the Lakeside Country Club. I finally made it. I'm actually here.
A classy-looking dump, ain't it?
Dump? Are you kidding? This is the ritziest dive in the whole country. You see that swimming pool? Solid gold. And look at that welcome mat. Solid mink.
The grass don't look so hot.
Grass? What's the matter? You nuts or something? They don't use grass.
What's all that green stuff?
What is it? Shredded money.
Oh. Well, hand me a niblick and stand back.
All right. Now, cut it out. Don't you understand?
Jack. Mr. Harris, we got the car parked.
Then stop blowing your horn.
What?
Nothing. Let's get inside. Come on, Elliot.
Oh, Dad, I'm so excited.
Wait a minute, Alice. Elliot, where are you?
Just a second, Curly.
Gosh, Mr. Harris, why is Mr. Lewis spelling the Lord?
Elliot, for crying out loud.
Hey, Curly, you know that grass?
What about it?
That's grass.
Elliot, you're going to get me kicked out of the place before I even get in.
But you said it was...
Never mind what I said. Crawling around on your hands and knees. What are you looking for?
A gopher with a deposit slip.
Elliot, will you please try to act like a gentleman?
How I do that?
Well, didn't you ever hear of Emily Post?
I didn't know she was a gentleman.
Look. Now, just watch anybody that you see around here. That's all you have to do. Just watch anybody that you see around here and then do just what they do.
Okay.
No. Not Sniffy.
Sir?
I was talking to Elliot.
Oh.
Now, Elliot, will you please keep one thing in mind? This is the finest club in the entire country. The people who belong to this club are the cream of society. They don't let just anybody in here. You got to be a captain of industry, a financial giant. You got to have background and breeding. You got to have culture.
You gotta have a ticket, too, Eagle Beak.
Oh, death in the afternoon.
Hey, Julius, what are you doing here?
What am I doing here? Me father's a member.
Cream of society, huh, Curly?
Well, maybe it curdled a little.
Captains of industry, background and breeding.
What's the matter with me breeding?
You've been doing it too long, haven't you?
Okay, wise guys, just for that you don't get in.
Get out of the way, you little crumb.
Stop these this. Nobody sets a foot across these sacred portals without when they got a ticket.
Now, wait a minute.
Julius, I have a ticket.
And I'm with him.
Okay, you can go in.
So long, Mr. Harris.
See you later, Dad.
Alice, come back here. Alice!
I have to help Sniffy with his galoshes.
Now, look, Julius.
If you ain't got a ticket, don't even talk to me.
Julius, you don't understand. We're chaperones.
Chaperones? You couldn't chaperone Whistler's mother and Old Man River. You couldn't chaperone B.O. Plenty on a garbage scow. You couldn't chaperone a pilgrim into the Mayflower donut shop. Shall I continue?
No. I think you've gone far enough. Say, Julius, you may not know this, but one of my ancestors shot arrows at John Alden.
So what? One of my ancestors cooked spaghetti for Columbus.
Yeah. His Aunt Nina cooked pizza on the Santa Maria.
Yeah, okay.
Please move over, you're blocking traffic.
Now, wait a minute, Julius. Let's make a deal. I'll buy a couple of tickets.
Are you kidding? This shindig is restricted to the upper set.
Who's throwing the party, Dr. Cowan?
Look, you little think, if you don't let us in, you'll be collecting tickets at the pearly gates.
Well, that's one place you don't have to worry about. Good night, riff-raff.
Julius!
Open up, you little creep.
Julius! How you like that?
Slammed the door right in our faces.
Next time I see that little punk, I'll conk his quince.
What you worried, Curly? You know, there's more than one way to skin a cat.
Oh, fine. What are we, chaperones or taxidermists?
Curly, just remember, stone walls do not a prison make, nor iron bars a cage.
So what? We don't want to get out. We want to get in.
Okay. What's wrong with the window?
Where?
Over there.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, that's a good idea. Come on.
We'll show that Julius, huh, Curly?
Show him. We'll get in there and clobber him.
Hey, here's a good window. Come on, I'll give you a boost.
A boost?
Yeah.
Me?
Yeah.
What's the matter? You nuts or something?
No, I ain't nuts or something. That window's high.
Okay, so it's high. Stand back and watch a super athlete leap into action.
You mean you're going to jump it?
Watch me.
But, Curly, you...
Here I go.
I still think you should have opened the window first.
It was open.
Oh? Nervous sound man, huh?
All right, Elliot, come on, get in here, will you?
Okay. So I'm in. We better get out of here.
What's the matter?
We're in the ladies' powder room.
Well, straighten your shoulder straps and let's go.
Come on, here's the door, Curly.
All right. Go ahead, open it up.
Okay, Curly, come on out.
Hello, boys.
You are boys, aren't you?
Why, naturally, I got a Boy Scout knife, see?
Why, Mr. Harris, you're pulling my leg.
Oh, I thought I was closing the door.
Hey, Curly, come on, close it and let's get going.
Okay. Look, Madam, honey,
Hey, Curly, that's Julius's aunt. You remember the one who owns the brewery?
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Sure.
Yeah.
Hey, Clara. What are you doing here?
Oh, I keep turning up like a bad penny.
I don't know. When I went to school, Lincoln never looked like that.
That makes sense, Curly. She owns a brewery and has a shape like a bottle of Coca-Cola.
Yeah.
He says the sweetest thing.
Gee, Clara, you sure look pretty in that dress and everything.
Oh, it's just something I threw on.
I've got news for you. It almost missed.
Hey, Clara, I was just thinking, is the brewery in your name or your husband?
It's in my name, Elliot. Everything's in my name.
Clara, how do you feel about bigamy?
Elliot!
I was only asking. Say, Curly, there's one thing I ought to tell you.
Like what?
Mr. Lewis, I'm so happy that you and your partner could make it.
Partner? Elliot, you mean this is where you booked the act?
Now, Curly, if you'd only let me explain.
I don't want no explanation. Now, look, lady.
Lady. Oh, isn't he quaint?
Lady, I want you to listen to me now. My friend shouldn't have taken the 20 clams because he had no straight man. And I ain't playing straight for no cornball. So take back your double sawbuck and skip the whole routine.
Oh. Really?
Curly, she don't know what you're talking about.
Oh, yes, I do, Mr. Lewis. But there are certain extenuating circumstances which preclude the possibility of cancellation at this belated hour.
Now, I don't know what she's talking about.
It's very simple, Mr. whatever your name is. You go on in 5 minutes.
But, lady, if you'll only listen.
You go on in 5 minutes, George.
Hep kid, huh?
Yes, Curly.
Will you step back a little? Because when I get through tearing Elliot into small pieces...
You stay right where you are, Clara. Don't move.
Now, just a minute,
Elliot,
boys.
will you stand still so I can slug you?
Don't swing, Curly. You'll hit Clara. You wouldn't hit a lady, would you?
Boys, please, you'll tear my dress.
Elliot, you're a coward.
Yeah, but a healthy coward. Curly, be real.
Boys, you're mussing my buffalo.
When I get hold of you, Elliot,
I can explain it, Curly, if you'd only listen
I am
to
not
me.
going to...
Wow.
Hey, Alice, make them listen to me.
Honey,
What are you playing? Ring around the chaperone?
Just a minute, Alice. I can explain everything.
Oh, you'd better start.
Hello, Mrs. Harris. You got here just in time.
You can say that again.
All right. Hello, Mrs. Harris. You...
No. Oh, Clara, Alice, now will you please listen to me?
Why should she? You listen to me.
You keep out of this. Now look, Alice, this banjo picker told him that I'd do that corny act with him, and
You mean this is part of the act?
No,
Of course it is, Alice. Of course it is. That's what we were doing, rehearsing the act. Weren't we, Curly?
What act? You never... Oh, yeah, that's what we were doing, rehearsing the act.
With Clara?
Sure. We were just going over her lines.
Yeah. Yeah. Yes, sir. And, see, it's part of the act, honey. We were teaching Clara the routine. You're in the act, ain't you, Clara?
I am?
Listen to that timing, Alice. Ain't that terrific? She'll murder the people. Oh, she'll pulverize them.
Well, I've got news for you. I'll be in the audience, and if Clara isn't in the act, somebody's going to be pulverized.
Ladies and gentlemen, I know you're going to be surprised by what we have in store for you. The next item on the agenda was procured at great expense to provide the ultimate in entertainment. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, the Succotash Brothers and Clara.
By the light, dig that crazy little light of the silver moon. Oh, dig that moon. I want a spoon. Oh, dig that spoon. To my honey I'll croon love's tune.
C'est bon.
I love that honey moon. Keep a shining in June. I love that June. Your silvery beams will bring love's dreams. We'll be cuddled and sewn.
In a Cadillac.
Say, Curly, what is it, Elliot? I understand you're going out with a girl named Lorna Doone.
Well, you're close. I'm going out with her sister. Nothing Doone.
Oh, goody, keep an eye on your garter. They'll snap on them tonight.
Hey, Curly, do you know what a wave is?
Oh, sure. A wave is a girl in the Navy.
And how about a whack?
Well, that'd be a girl in the Army.
Okay, then what's a whack?
A what? I don't know, Elliot. What is a whack?
Well, that's easy, Curly. A whack is what you flow at Wabbit.
Shave the fuzz off that one, Dad. You came up with a peach.
Say, Curly.
Hold it a minute. I'm just doing what they call a back evermore with a double pitch. Now, what's on your mind?
I understand you made a big hit kissing the girl.
I did, huh? How do you know?
I just passed a couple of Coreens, and one of them said, "There goes Phil Harris. Boy, what a kisser."
Stick that one in a bottle, son. It's a corker.
Your silvery beams will bring love's dreams. We'll be cuddled on so.
Cuddle closer to me, babe.
By the silvery moon. By silvery moon. Well, Alice, what'd you think?
I don't know. Do you feel all right?
I feel great. Why?
Well, this is the first time in your whole life you've ever told me the truth.
Honey, I always tell you the truth. If I don't, make the building collapse.
All right, Phil, stop holding on to the wall.
Just wanted to make sure.
Hey, Curly.
Over here, Elliot.
Hey, Curly, have I got great news for you. You know who was in the audience? Abe Firstfogel.
No.
Yes. And he's booked us for a week at Lowe's Pismo Beach.
Alice and Phil will be back in just a moment.
Ladies and gentlemen, you were a wonderful, wonderful audience. So much that we ran over. I'd like now for... Hey, all of you, first, though, I want this young lady is Jacqueline Fontaine, ladies and gentlemen. She worked with me this year at the Sacramento State Fair, and she's now, I think, in about her 7th or 8th week at the Encore, isn't it? The Crescendo. Now, the Crescendo is next door to the Macombo, if you get out that way. And she is a wonderful entertainer, and I don't have to tell you how she looks. Ladies and gentlemen, this is Jacqueline Fontaine. Come on. not take a little bow, huh? You were very nice. Gentlemen, thanks very much. Make my own money out of these. Make my own money out of these. Make my own money out.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen.
The Lady Esther Screen Guild players have a surprise for you tonight. It's my pleasure to introduce the president of the Motion Picture Relief Fund, Mr. Gene Herschel.
Thank you and good evening. For our guests on tonight's program, we have Barbara Stanwyck, Basil Rathbone, and your actor Michael Curtiz, three of filmdom's outstanding personalities who will offer...
Just a minute, Gene. I thought Jack Benny was supposed to be one of the guests here tonight.
Jack Benny?
Yes.
Well, he was, but he got a little temperamental, so so he's just not here tonight.
But, Gene, Jack told me
Look, Truman, let me explain the whole thing. When Jack found out that Michael Curtiz was going to direct Barbara Stanwyck and Basil Rathbone in a dramatic sketch, right away he wanted to muzzle in on it.
Oh.
So he called me up and tried to sell himself. I had a terrible time getting rid of him, and this is exactly what happened. Hello?
Hello, this is Jack Benny speaking. I'd like to talk to Mr. Holt.
Who?
Mr. Holt. Mr. Hirsch Holt. Is he in?
Well, you must mean Gene Herschel. This is he speaking.
Oh, Gene Herschel. Yes. Well, Mr. Herschel, I called up the Screen Guild players about being on the Lady Esther program next Monday with Barbara Stanwyck.
Yes, I heard about that, but didn't they explain to you that the play is all set and the cast is complete?
Well, yes.
I'll tell you what. Let's make it some other night.
Well, now, look, don't give me that some other time stuff, and you don't have to beat around the bush either. Look, Mr. Herschel, if you don't want me to be on this show, just say so. And all I want is a simple answer. Yes or no?
No.
Now, wait a minute. Look, I can tell from your attitude, Mr. Herschel, that this is a personal matter. I mean, what have you got against me?
I haven't got anything against you, Jack, but you're a comedian. And frankly, I don't think you have enough dramatic ability to play the lead opposite Miss Stanwyck.
What do you mean I can't be dramatic? Did you ever see me when I was worried? Why, I'm only 32 and I've got gray hair.
You're only what?
I've got gray hair, can't you hear? Now, look, who can I speak to besides you about this?
Well, Jack, there's only one suggestion I can make. Get in touch with Mr. Michael Curtiz. He is going to direct the play we're doing on this program.
Michael Curtiz, the director who won the Academy Award? Oh, boy.
And if it's all right with Curtiz, it's all right with me.
Well, thanks. I'll call him right away. By the way, what's Mr. Curtiz's telephone number?
Ulrich 8900.
Wait till I write that down. Ulrich 8... Hey, wait a minute. That's the number you call to get the right time. Now, look, Mr. Herschel. Hello? Operator, I was cut off.
You weren't cut off, brother.
Oh, I'm sorry. Fine president for the Motion Picture Relief Fund. Got a good mind to run against him. Now, let's see. Where can I get Curtiz's number? Oh, here's the telephone book right here. Let's see. There's C, cup, curry. I hate curry. Why do they have to take chicken and spoil it with that stuff? Curtsy, Curtiz. Oh, there it is. No, miss. I want to talk to Mr. Curtiz personally.
Who's calling, please?
Benny, Jack Benny.
Yes, sir. Is it about insurance or something?
No, it's about acting.
Oh.
Please get Mr. Curtiz on the phone.
Yes, sir.
Insurance, yeah. Haven't sold a policy since Warner Brothers picked up my option. In the first place...
Hello?
Oh, hello, Mr. Cortez. This is Jack. I'm calling you about that Lady Esther show you're directing next week, and I was wondering if there was a part in it for me.
Jack who?
Oh, pardon me, Benny. Jack Benny. Remember, we met once at a party at Marlene Dietrich's house.
Marlene Dietrich?
You know, the girl with the legs.
All girls I know have legs.
That's right, they do. They do. Now, look, Mr. Cortez.
Oh, Jack Benny. Oh. Are you the radio comedian?
And violinist. Now, here's the situation, Mr. Cortez. I just spoke to Gene Herschel, president of the Motion Picture Relief Fund, whom, incidentally, I'm running against next year. Mr. Herschel said if it was okay with you, I could be on the program.
But I'm not directing a comedy, Mr. Benny. It's going to be a very serious, dramatic play.
Well, gee, I can do drama. I made a picture once called The Meanest Man in the World. I didn't get one laugh in it. Now what do you say?
I'm glad I missed it.
Look, I don't mean that. I'm talking about acting with Barbara Stanwyck with the Lady Esther Screen Guild players.
Now, Mr. Benny, I'm trying to explain it to best of my ability. You are a comedian, and it's impossible to convince anyone that you are a lover.
Well, I'm too much of a gentleman to mention names, but, But there are a couple of girls at the Florentine Gardens that'll give you an argument about that, brother.
Now, just wait a moment, Jack. Basil Rathbone is all set to play opposite Barbara Stanwyck, and there is nothing I can do about it.
Basil Rathbone? Well, why can't we make it a triangle? Why can't he be her husband and I her lover?
Because I am a director and not a miracle man.
Well, I'll take care of the miracles. It can be worked out, don't worry.
Oh, all right. I tell you what, Jack, I'm very busy now. I suggest you call Miss Stanwyck. And if it's all right with her, it's okay with me.
Thank you, I'll do that. Oh, what's Miss Stanwyck's telephone number?
Oh, I think it's Crescent 67071.
Thank you. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Hello? Joe's Fish Market.
What?
Come on, buddy. I haven't got all day.
Is Barbara there?
Barracuda, 42 cents a pound.
Barracuda? Who is this anyway?
This is Joe's Fish Market.
Oh, I don't want any fish. I've got
What's wrong with fish?
Nothing.
Boats going out every day, taking a chance with submarines, and you don't like the fish they bring back.
Look, it isn't that. I just happen to call...
It's guys like you that are eating up all the cows in this country.
I never ate a cow in my life. I got the wrong number. Goodbye. Cortez gave me the wrong number purposely. Oh, well, I'll get Barbara in the phone book, and I won't take any chances this time. I'll trap her into letting me play the part. Now, let's see. I'll disguise my voice. Let's see. Stanwyck. S-S-T, Stan, Standish, Stank. I used to go with a girl named Stank. Olga Stank. Stanley, Stanton. There it is, Stanwyck. Hello? I'd like to speak to Miss Stanwyck, please.
This is Miss Stanwyck speaking.
Oh, my name is Fizzbucket. Roscoe J. Fizzbucket. I'm with the Radio Gallipo. Tell me, Miss Stanwyck, who do you listen to on Sundays?
Amy McPherson.
I see. Well, Miss Sandwick, do you ever listen to Jack Benny?
Oh, yes, I never miss him. He's wonderful.
Well, that's nice to know. Tell me, Miss Sandwick, would you be interested in doing a play that is a love scene with Mr. Benny on the radio?
On the radio, back porch, or Davenport? No.
But you just said he was wonderful.
I don't mind listening to him, but I won't have him pawing me.
Who said I was going to paw you?
Just a minute. Who is this, anyway?
It ain't Joe's Fish Market. Now, look, Barbara.
Why, Jack Benny, you ought to be ashamed of yourself.
Oh, I was only kidding. Now, Barbara, Mr. Cortez suggested that I call you about the Lady Esther show next Monday.
Yes?
Have you any objection to my playing the part of your husband in the sketch?
But I understood Basil Rathbone was playing the part.
Well, he's scheduled to, tentatively. But if you want me, all you've got to do is speak up. I said all you've got to do is speak up. Barbara, are you there?
Yes?
Oh. Well, I wish you'd think this over, Barbara.
But, Jack, this part doesn't fit you. It has to be someone with a lot of sex appeal.
Well, I have sex appeal. Gee, I was thrown out of the Palladium 3 times for dancing too close.
Dancing too close. You were just tired and hanging on.
Well, no wonder the way I jitterbugged. Come on, what do you say, Barbara? How about me doing the play with you instead of Rathbone?
Well, I really have nothing to do with it, Jack. Why don't you call up Gene Hirschholt?
I did call him, and it's up to you. Now, look, Barbara, I've got another idea. Why can't
Will you please deposit 5 cents for an additional 3 minutes?
Whoop. 3 minutes already? Just a second. Would you mind dropping a nickel in, Barbara?
I'm sorry, but I don't have a payphone in my house.
Oh, well, that's right. What's the matter with me?
Do I get that nickel or do I have to cut you off?
Now, don't get excited. Here, I found one. There. No more 3 minutes than the man in the moon. It doesn't seem like we've been talking for 3 minutes, does it, Barbara?
You ought to be on this end.
Oh, yes. Well, come to the point, Barbara. Look, here's what I was going to ask you. When do you start rehearsing the play?
Tomorrow night at my house, but I don't think you ought
At your house, eh? What time?
8 o'clock, but really, Jack, I don't think
8 o'clock. Well, thanks, Barbara. See you tomorrow night. I'll read the part, and Basil Rathbone will read the part, and may the best man win. That's fair enough, isn't it?
I'll say it is.
Swell. Well, goodbye.
Goodbye.
Oh, by the way, Barbara, shall I come for dinner? Oh, well, some other time.
Well, Mr. Hirschholt, what happened after that phone call? Did Jack Benny show up at Barbara Stanwyck's house?
Yes, Truman. The next night about 7:30. I wasn't there, of course, but the way I understand it, when Jack arrived, Miss Stanwyck was still having dinner. So the butler opened the door and he,
Right this way, Mr. Benny. I'll show you into the drawing room.
Thank you, thanks.
Mr. Rathbone is here already.
Oh, he is. One of those anxious guys, eh? Say, this is a lovely home.
May I take your umbrella, Mr. Benny?
Oh, yes. I should have left it out in the hall. You know, it looked like rain when I started out. Well, Mr. Rathbone, I'm Jack Benny, the movie star.
Now, how do you do?
How do you do? So the two rivals meet, eh?
Rivals?
Yes. Well, perhaps I should let Barbara tell you, but it looks like, well, I'm taking your place on the Lady Esther Screen Guild show next Monday.
You're taking my place?
Well, it's this way. At rehearsal tonight, you and I are both going to read the part, and, of course, the best man will win.
The best man?
Yes.
Mr. Benny, when only 2 people are involved in a statement, the comparative is used. You don't say the best man will win, you say the better man will win.
Oh.
Now, if 3 or more people are involved, then the word best is the correct adjective.
I see.
So before we compete for the part in this play, Mr. Benny, perhaps it would be as well if you first learned how to speak English.
Well, Well, for your information, Mr. Rathbone, I went to Waukegan High School 4 years, and I excelled in English. In fact, I got 99 every single term.
Now, ain't that interesting?
Now, cut that out! And getting back to the Screen Guild show, the way the script is written now, you play the part of Miss Stanwyck's husband. Is that correct?
That is correct and final.
Well, that remains to be seen. I've heard of sore losers in my life, but this guy takes the cake, you know.
Step right in here, Mr. Cortez. Miss Stanwyck will be with you shortly.
Thank you. Oh, hello, Basil. Hello.
Mike, old boy, how are you?
Fine.
Oh, hello, Mr. Cortez.
What are you doing here?
Well, I just thought I'd drop around to see if I could...
Now, listen, Mike. I don't know what this is all about, but I demand an explanation.
Look, Mr. Rathbone.
Explanation? That's what I want.
Look, Mr. Cortez.
I was under the impression that I was to appear opposite Miss Stanwyck.
Look, Mr. Rathbone.
Of course you were.
Look, Mr. Cortez.
Then what is this all about?
Look, Mr. Now, look!
Now, Mr. Benny, when I spoke to you on the telephone, I thought I made perfectly clear
Good evening, everybody.
Well, here's Barbara. Hello, Barbara.
How are you?
Well, here we are.
Just set the coffee down here, Richard.
Yes, madame.
Demi-tasse, Mr. Cortez.
No, thank you.
Coffee, Basil?
Yes, please.
I'll have some, too.
Here you are, Jack.
Thanks. Oh, Barbara, this is the better coffee I ever tasted.
Mr. Benny, the word is best.
There are only two of us drinking it. Now make up your mind. Well, we're all here, so let's get started with the rehearsal.
Just one moment. Oh, Mike, let's get this settled for Mr. Benny's benefit, shall we? Is he or is he not replacing me in the play?
Certainly not. That's ridiculous.
Of course it's ridiculous.
Why, it's absurd.
You stay out of this.
Please stop. Stop all this bickering. Now, Jack, if you would like to watch the rehearsal, just take a chair over there and be quiet.
Yes, sir. Oh, Barbara, is it all right if I have some of these walnuts here?
Go right ahead. Help yourself, Jack.
Thanks. Big ones. Jumbos.
Now, Barbara, you too, Basil. If you both turn to the page 12 on the script, we will proceed.
Boy, these nuts are good. Sure are good.
Now, Barbara, you are a wealthy society girl who is married to a New York stockbroker. That's you are, Basil. But he's not in love with you, Barbara. As the French say, it's a marriage of convenience.
That was a tough one.
Mr. Benny! Will you stop eating those nuts?
Barbara said I could. Anyway, Mr. Cortez, I don't want to sit around here like a bump on a log. If I can't have the lead in the play, isn't there something I can do?
All right. If it makes you happy, you can play the part of a butler.
A butler? Okay.
All right, here's your script.
Thanks.
Now remember, Barbara, you are the wife. Basil, you are the husband who doesn't understand her. And Jack?
I'm the butler whom Barbara really loves.
You are the butler, that's all.
Okay. Heavens to Betsy.
All right, Barbara. Now you start the scene. Remember, your husband is 2 hours late for dinner and you are a nervous wreck.
I understand.
Go ahead. Call for your butler.
Yes. Oh, Smedley.
Yes, madame. Smedley yet. What is it, madame?
Are you sure my husband hasn't phoned?
No, madame.
That's strange. He said he'd be back at... What time is it, Smedley?
It's 8:30. Shall I serve dinner, madame?
Oh, no, Smedley. I'm much too upset to eat. I think I'll go to a movie. What's playing in the village?
George Washington Slept Here, starring Jack Benny.
That is not in the script. Read the line that are written, please.
Well, it doesn't hurt to give my picture a plug. It doesn't change the plot any, does it? For heaven's sake.
Read it on the way it's written.
All right. Between Hirschhold and you, I don't understand anything. All right, now give me
Say that again, will you, Barbara? Okay. No, Smedley, I'm much too upset to eat. I think I'll go to a movie. What's playing in the village?
Casablanca. How's that?
Much better.
And George Washington Slept Here. It's a double feature. Yeah.
Jack, please.
All right, I'll start over again. Shall I serve dinner, madame?
No, Smedley, I'm much too upset to eat. I think I'll go to a movie. Is one of my pictures playing in the village?
There can't be 3 features on one bill.
Shut up!
All right.
Now, Barbara, at this point, the husband entered the room.
I'm ready, Mike.
Oh, Mr. Cortez, let me ask you something. When Basil comes in, or Basil, by the way, how do you pronounce that? Basil or Basil?
Mr. Rathbone.
Oh, well, when Mr. Rathbone comes in...
Just read the line, Jack. I handle the rest.
All right.
Ready?
Director.
Ready, Basil? Make your entrance, please.
Right. Oh, good evening, darling. So sorry I'm late.
Oh, Ronald, you're always late and you're always sorry. It's been like this for months. What has come between us? If I only knew, maybe we could work things out.
No, it's nothing, my dear. It's just that I've been so busy lately at the office. Let's forget it.
Dinner is served. Oh, pardon me. I came in too soon.
Understand it, Ronald. We must come to some understanding. This can't go on forever.
Gwen, let's be adult about the whole thing, shall we? Every night it's the same argument, this constant nagging. I tell you, I've been working at the office.
But I phoned your office, and they said you left at 2 this afternoon.
Well, I had business at the bank. Besides, I forgot where I parked my car.
Fine Sherlock Holmes can't even find his car.
Jack, stop interrupting. Continue, Barbara.
Oh, it's no use, Ronald. I know you're lying. Look at you. Everything you say, everything you do gives you away.
Now, Gwen, please.
What's that on your collar? Is it lipstick?
It ain't ketchup.
Jack, please!
Well, I don't want to stand around here like a dope.
You've got the right line now. Say it.
Oh, yes. Beg pardon, madame. Dinner is served.
Jack, don't use such a thick accent.
Well, now I've heard everything. Talk yet. Dinner is served.
Dinner. Come on, Gwen.
We're not having dinner, Ronald. Not until we reached a definite understanding.
But I'm hungry.
Oh, Ronald, I can't go through another day of this uncertainty. I must know. Do you love me or not?
Of course I love you.
You're lying, Ronald. Lying.
Very well, then I'm lying.
Gee.
You might as well know the truth, Gwen. I've never loved you. Never.
Guy must be nuts or something.
And if you weren't so stupid, you'd have known it a long time ago.
Ronald, what are you saying?
Gee whiz.
I married you for your money, that's all. Everybody else knows it. And if you weren't such a silly, blind little fool, you'd have realized it yourself.
Oh, stop, Ronald,
Well,
stop.
Gwen, now that you know how things stand between us, the sooner you divorce me, the happier I'll be.
No, I'll never divorce you, Ronald. I couldn't live without you. I couldn't.
Tears, woman's tears. Oh, stop the dramatic.
Ronald!
I'm moving to my club. Smedley, pack my clothes.
I wouldn't touch your dirty... You rat!
Jack, stick to your lines. You are the butler.
I don't care.
Continue, Basil.
Well, goodbye, Gwen. I'm going to my club. Our attorneys can get together tomorrow.
Don't go, Ronald. Please don't go.
Oh, stop hanging on to me.
But I won't give you up. I won't.
Stop it, I say. Stop it. Let go of me.
No.
Then take that.
Oh!
That's the last straw. Take off your coat, Rathbone.
But, Jack, this is only a play.
Play nothing. Put up those dukes, Basil.
Jack, if you don't behave yourself, you can't be in the play.
The heck with the play. If you think I'm going to stand by and see this cad strike the woman I love.
The woman you love?
Yes, Barbara. You might as well know it now. I've been crazy about you for years.
Jack, please.
I don't care who knows it. I don't care if the whole world knows it. I love you, Barbara, as I've never loved before. I know you'll never feel the same way about me, so I'll walk out of your life forever. But before I go, kiss me. Goodbye, my love.
Wow. why they call him the Waukegan Wolf.
But anyway, Truman, that's why Jack Benny couldn't be here with us on our program tonight.
Oh, well, Gene. Maybe it's just as well. Thank you, Barbara Stanwyck, Gene Hirschholt, Basil Rathbone, Michael Cortez, and last but certainly not least, you, Jack, for appearing with the Lady Esther Screen Guild players tonight and giving us such a delightful half hour of laughter. We enjoyed every minute of it. Next week, the Lady Esther Screen Guild players will present Hello, Frisco, Hello. It will star Jack Oakey, Ginny Sims, and Dick Powell. Be sure to listen. Jack Benny's next release will be The Horn Blows at Midnight. Barbara Stanwyck has just completed the picture, My Reputation. Michael Cortez, director of the Academy Award winner Casablanca, has recently completed Passage to Marseille. All Warner Brothers productions. Basil Rathbone will soon be seen in the Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer Technicolor production, Bathing Beauty. Gene Hirschholt can be heard every Wednesday night on his own radio show, Dr. Christian. Music on tonight's program was arranged and conducted by Wilbur Hatch. This is Truman Bradley speaking for Lady Esther, saying thank you. And good night, everyone.
This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Autolite and its 96,000 dealers present Suspense. Tonight, Autolite brings you a story of treachery and greed. A story we call Murder in G-Flat, starring Mr. Jack Benny.
Greetings, Pepito, my favorite free holy friar. What's on the menu?
The special, Senor Wilcox, is Autolite Stay Full Battery.
You mean you're serving the battery that needs water only 3 times a year in normal car use?
See, what is better for quick, dependable starts, huh?
Ah, nothing's better than an Autolite Stay Full, that frisky friend of car owners from coast to coast.
But, what? You don't want one, senor?
Everybody wants an Autolite Stay Full. The buxom battery with fiberglass retaining mats protecting every positive plate to prevent shedding and flaking and to keep the Autolite Stay Full battery power-packed for paramount performance.
See, how you want it, senor?
Why, it's perfect just as it is, Pepito, and built to give longer life as proved by tests conducted according to accepted life cycle standards. So, friends, have your neighborhood Autolite battery dealer serve your car an Autolite Stay Full battery. The battery that needs water only 3 times a year in normal car use.
See. And remember,
you're always right with Autolite.
And now with Murder in G-Flat and the transcribed performance of Mr. Jack Benny, Autolite hopes once again to keep you in suspense.
Lieutenant, in here, sir, in the rec hall.
What's he doing in the rec hall?
Well, he thought he'd tune the piano while I was waiting, Lieutenant.
Sunday night. Why couldn't you guys pick a better night than Sunday night? My one day off, and I have to come down here.
Sorry we had to call you, Joe.
This the guy, huh?
Yeah. Hey, you.
That's it. C flat. If I had my wrench...
This is the lieutenant.
Oh. Oh, I'm sorry, Lieutenant.
Name?
Oh. My name is Remington. Hercules Remington.
That's it, Joe. We checked.
Pardon me, Lieutenant, but my wife, Martha, is going to be awfully worried. You see, I haven't seen her since this morning. They told me...
You haven't seen your wife since this morning?
No, and I thought that if I could phone her and at least tell her where I am...
Where'd you pick him up?
Coney Island, Joe. He called us from there.
Yes, and I should have called my wife, too. Look, Lieutenant, I don't want to seem persistent about
We'll
this.
have plenty of time later to call your wife. Now, give the lieutenant the story in detail, just like you told it to me on the way down here to the station.
What kind of work do you do, Remington?
Well, I'm a piano tuner, Lieutenant. Yours is out of tune. C flat, Lieutenant. See, if I could get my bag, I'd tune.
Look, Remington, I haven't got all night. Now, either get on with your story or I'll have...
All right, Lieutenant. But I really would like to call my wife first.
Start your story.
All right. But if there's any explaining to be done to my wife, you guys will have to do it.
We'll be happy to. Now, go ahead.
Yes, sir. Well, Lieutenant, this whole mess started yesterday morning, Saturday. I got up, had breakfast with my wife, Martha, and my Uncle Herman. He's my black sheep uncle of the family. He's a carnival man, came to work at the World's Fair here, and has been living with us ever since. I think he ought to pay at least 1/3 of the rent, but Martha, well, she feels sorry for him. Anyway, I left the house around 10 o'clock on my way to the Lippenridge School of Music. I usually tune their pianos on the first Saturday of the month. You see, because there aren't any classes there on that Saturday. I catch the BMT at 57th and get off at Union Square. Well, yesterday morning I got on the subway, just like I always do. I carry a little ordinary brown bag with all my tools in it and usually lay it right next to me under the seat. I was just sitting there, thinking hard, wondering how I was going to meet the bills at the end of the month, when a man sat down next to me. He shoved something under the seat and just sat there staring ahead. B flat, B flat, B flat, B flat, B flat, B flat.
I beg your pardon.
Oh, I'm sorry. I guess I got carried away for a moment. 4 stops later, the man got up, reached under the seat, pulled out a little brown bag, and started for the door. I remember noticing he was bald-headed and wearing big black horn-rimmed glasses. For a minute, I thought he'd stolen my bag of tools, but I reached my hand under the seat and found my bag was still there. I remember sort of chuckling to myself, thinking of the coincidence that he'd been carrying the same type of bag. Well, anyway, I got off at Union Square and walked up to the Lippenridge School of Music on 14. There are 4 floors there, a piano on each floor. And I usually start at the top and work my way down. Well, since the school doesn't have any classes on Saturday, the place was deserted. That one's sour. Yeah, D flat. Well, I'll soon have that in shape. What the... I zipped open my bag to take out my tuning hammer and my wedges, but there were no tools in my bag. The tools were gone, and in their place were bundles and bundles of crisp $10 bills. And then it hit me. The little bald-headed man on the subway. The man who sat down next to me. This bag belonged to him. He picked up mine by mistake. There was no name on the bag, no identification of any kind. I started counting one of the bundles. Each bundle contained $1,000 in $10 bills, and there were 25 bundles. I had just come heir to $25,000. When I got home, Martha was washing some clothes out on the back porch, and Uncle Herman was rolling pennies for his pitch penny concession. I called both of them into the living room, pulled all the shades down, closed and locked all the doors, and set the bag on the table.
Hercules, what are you doing back home so soon?
What kind of nonsense is this, nephew?
Martha, Uncle Herman.
You look awful pale.
I guess I do.
Hercules, what's the matter with you?
Listen to me, both of you. I'm rich.
Oh, for heaven's sakes, Hercules, at your age.
I'm not lying to you.
Look, I gotta get out.
You must be sick.
Look, will both of you be quiet for just a minute?
Sounds like he's drunk.
Are you sick, Hercules?
Look, I'm not sick and I'm not drunk. I've got it right here.
You've got what?
Look. Wow.
Hercules.
Now do you believe me? Now do you believe I'm not sick or drunk? Look at it. $25,000.
$25,000? That's a lot of money.
Hercules, where'd you get all this money?
I found it.
Found it?
Found it?
Yes.
Listen to me, Hercules Remington. Don't you lie to me. Where'd you get all that money?
I told you, Martha. I found it.
I haven't lived with you for 10 years for nothing. I know when you're lying to me. Now tell me, where'd you get all this money?
Okay, if I tell you the truth, I know you won't believe
Well, tell me anyway.
Well, all right. Look, this morning I got on the subway, just like I always do. And some little bald-headed man with black horn-rimmed glasses sat down next to me. When he got up to get off the subway, I noticed he was carrying a brown bag, just like mine. At first I thought it was mine. But mine was still under the seat. Anyway, when I got to the music school, I opened my bag, and all this money was in it.
Oh. Sounds fantastic.
Hercules.
But it's the truth. The little man picked up my bag by mistake. I searched this one for some identification, but there isn't any.
Then you mean the little bald-headed man has your bag with the tools in it?
I guess he does.
It seems odd that anyone would be carrying this much money around in a little brown bag.
Odd or not, the fact still remains that I didn't steal it.
Well, I guess there isn't any way that you could get a hold of this man, so we'll just have to turn the money over to the police.
The police?
Yes, I said the police.
But why?
Why? Good heavens, Hercules, you don't expect to keep this money.
Why not?
But it isn't ours.
Why? Why isn't it ours? I found it. I didn't steal it, Martha.
Hercules.
Martha, don't you see? Maybe this was fate. Maybe we were meant to have this money. Maybe if
You're crazy. You're out of your head. You're talking like a madman, and I won't have it.
But, Martha...
You didn't come by this money honestly. It isn't legally yours.
Now, wait a minute, Martha. Maybe Hercules is
Now, you stay out of this, Uncle Herman. Hercules, you're going to take this money to the police.
No. No, I'm not. I'm not going to take this to the police or anyone else. Do you understand me? I'm not going to take this money to the police.
Hercules, I don't understand you at all. But mark my word, you'll pay for this.
Well...
Don't pay no attention to her, nephew.
But why does she have to be that way? Why can't she understand me just this once? Why can't she see my side of it? See, I didn't steal this money.
Oh, you didn't, nephew.
And I'm going to keep it.
Sure you are, nephew. Sure you are. You're going to keep it.
You bet I am. The next morning, that was this morning, Sunday, Martha wouldn't speak to me at all. Her eyes were all red and puffed up. I could see that she'd been crying. And Uncle Herman wasn't doing much talking either. Martha just kept sniffling as she puttered around the stove. Martha, my peach isn't peeled.
Peel it yourself.
But
Here, I'll peel it for you, nephew.
Thanks, Uncle Herman. Martha, please, won't you try...
Don't you talk to me.
Oh, don't be too hard on him, Martha. After all, a man's got a right.
I told you once, Uncle Herman, you stay out of this. It's none of your business.
Sorry. She's plenty mad. Well, ain't you going to answer the phone?
Hello?
Mr. Remington?
Yes?
Hercules Remington?
Yes, who is this, please?
I want to return your bag of piano tools to you, Mr. Remington. I believe there was a slight mix-up. I believe in my haste I picked up your bag instead.
But how did you find me? I mean...
Oh, it was quite simple. There's only one piano tuner with the initials HR in New York City.
Well, what do you know?
You do want your piano tools back, don't you, Mr. Remington?
Listen to me.
I don't think you'd like the idea of not being able to tune any more pianos.
What?
And I'd like to have my bag returned.
Of course.
As soon as possible.
Yes.
Tonight.
Tonight?
At 9:30 tonight. Meet me at Madison Square Garden.
Madison Square Garden?
At 9:30 at the 49th Street entrance. The door on the far end will be left slightly open. And please be prompt, Mr. Remington, with my brown bag. You see, it will displease my business partner considerably if he finds I've lost the bag.
No, all right. The 49th Street entrance, the door on the far end.
Hercules, what's wrong? Well, you're as white as a ghost.
I am?
You sure are.
I guess I should be. That was the little bald-headed man with horn-rimmed glasses, Uncle Herman. I've just lost $25,000. Uncle Herman went in the living room to read the Sunday paper, and I went in the bedroom to tell Martha about the phone call. But she wasn't there. In fact, she wasn't anywhere in the house. She was gone, and I figured that she'd probably gone over to her sister's house. I was so nervous the rest of the afternoon I couldn't eat a thing. I left the house for Madison Square Garden about 9 o'clock. From riches to rags in about 24 hours. And I was back riding the subway. I walked up 8th Avenue to the garden. I turned and walked up 49th Street to the entrance and stopped. Sure enough, one of the doors on the far end was open a little, just as the little man had told me it would be. I slipped in through the open door. It was pitch black. I couldn't see a thing. Hello? Hello? Anybody here? Hello? Is there anyone here? What the? I stumbled over something and almost fell. I struck a match and looked down at a body. The body of the little man in horn-rimmed glasses. His head was all covered with blood. I started to blow out the match, and then something caught my eye. Lying next to his body was my brown bag with the initials HR. And next to the bag, covered with blood, was my tuning hammer.
Autolite is bringing you Mr. Jack Benny in Murder in G-Flat. Tonight's production in radio's outstanding theater of thrills, Suspense.
Senor Wilcox, why does the Autolite Stay Full battery need water like Pepito needs a hole in the head?
Well, Pepito, the Autolite Stay Full needs water only 3 times a year in normal car use because that consistently conserving and constantly cooperating battery has over 3 times the liquid protection of batteries without Stay Full features.
And why is the Autolite Stay Full strong as a bull, senor?
Because of the fiberglass retaining mats protecting every positive plate. They prevent shedding and flaking and keep the power-producing materials in place.
Greater convenience and dependable starting, yes, senor?
Right, Pepito. And in addition, the Autolite Stay Full battery gives you longer life, as proved by tests conducted according to accepted life cycle standards.
And all these make the Stay Full welcome a siesta after fiesta. Eh, senor?
Right you are. So, friends, visit your neighborhood Autolite battery dealer for an Autolite Stay Full. The battery that needs water only 3 times a year in normal car use. Your Autolite battery man is fully equipped to give you the best in battery advice and service because
you are always right with Autolite.
And now Autolite brings back to our Hollywood soundstage Mr. Jack Benny in Elliot Lewis's production of Murder in G-Flat. A tale well calculated to keep you in suspense.
Please, Lieutenant, may I call my wife? I want to...
Finish your story first, Mr. Remington. You can call her after that.
Oh, all right.
Now, you were standing over the body of this man in Madison Square Garden. You found your tuning hammer next to the body.
Yes, my tuning hammer. Let me tell you, Lieutenant, I was scared. Plenty scared. Here I was standing over a dead man in Madison Square Garden. And clutched in my hand was his brown bag containing $25,000. Who would kill them? Who would... But I couldn't stop to think about that now. I had to get out of there, and fast, and take my bag and hammer lying on the floor with me. I started to reach for my bag when a sound, G-flat. Someone had opened up a knife. Whoever it was coming toward me, I blew out the match and waited. Who was in that corridor with me? Was it the business partner of the little man? Was it... I started to move backwards, and then a big black figure loomed up at me. With all my strength, I brought the brown bag swinging up from the floor. I ran until I thought my legs would drop. My mind was all fogged up now. I couldn't think straight. Who was the guy who just tried to kill me? One thing I knew for sure, I had to get rid of this money until I could think things out. But where? Where could I get rid of it? I neared the corner of 59th and 8th Avenue and then saw it. A bus terminal. Why not? A public locker in the bus station. I opened the door and walked in.
Scranton, Pittsburgh, and Philadelphia leaving in 10 minutes?
Yes, ma'am, in about 20 minutes.
Excuse me, mister. I'd like to have a key for a locker.
Just a second.
G sharp.
What'd you say?
Oh, nothing.
What do you know? I haven't got an empty one right now. I have to wait a little while.
You mean out of all of these hundreds of lockers, you haven't got one empty?
Oh, I'm sorry, mister, but you can see for yourself. A lot of servicemen in town over the weekend.
Well, how long will it be?
10, 15 minutes, maybe a couple hours.
Okay, I'll wait. I'll sit over there. I bought a paper at the newsstand and sat down on one of the benches. I didn't even know what I was reading. I just kept... And then I saw it. On page 2, a complete account of a robbery that had occurred on Friday night at one of the downtown post offices. 2 bandits had escaped with $25,000 in $10 bills. This was it. It must have been. But would the police believe a story like that? Of course they wouldn't. I had the money, and it was my tuning hammer there, lying next to the body in the garden. I got out of that bus terminal in a hurry and walked up 8th Avenue. Where could I go? The only place I could think of was Coney Island. Coney Island and Uncle Herman and his pitch penny concession. It was late, and the island amusement park was almost deserted. It was cold and close to 11. Uncle Herman was leaning against the side of his concession as I walked up.
Why, nephew, what are you doing out this way?
Uncle Herman, quick, let's go in back.
All right. There ain't no customers anyway. Yeah. Oh, what happened, Hercules? Did you give the money back to the man?
I went to meet him at the garden, just like he told me. But when I got there and I found him, he was dead.
Dead?
He'd been beat over the head with my tuning hammer.
Why, Hercules.
I was just about to grab my hammer and bag and get out of there when someone made a lunge at me in the dark. But I got away. I went to a bus terminal to put the money in a locker. I had to wait. And then I read that the money is stolen post office money.
Oh, you got yourself in a mess, nephew.
I'm frantic. I don't know what to do. That's why I came here.
Well, I'm glad you did, nephew. Glad you did.
But what am I going to do?
Well, best thing would be to go back and get that hammer and bag. Leave the money here. I'll hide it for you.
But maybe I ought to go to the police.
You can't go to the police with that story. They'd never believe you, Hercules.
I know.
Bring your bag and come with me, nephew. I got a hiding place for that money that no one will ever find.
Uncle Herman locked his place up, and then he led me over to the fun house. It was closed now, and the place was all dark. But Uncle Herman had a key. He led me up some stairs to a high ramp that people climb on, to slide down the big chute. He stopped at one of them.
Here, nephew. Right under this top chute. We'll just pry one of the boards loose a little and slip the bag with the money underneath. No one in the world will ever look for it. There we are. Now, give me the bag, nephew.
Here you are, Uncle Herman. Are you sure that no one will find it here?
Absolutely, nephew. You and I are the only ones who know where it is. There's nothing to be afraid of. Now, hand me the bag.
Here you are.
That's it. Now, let's just check to make sure that...
What's the matter, Uncle Herman?
Where's the money, nephew?
The money? What are you talking about? It's in the...
Is this what you call money? Why, this bag's got nothing in it but bundles of torn newspaper.
I don't understand.
Hercules, dear nephew, what did you do with the money?
I don't know. It was in there. You saw it yourself when I brought it home.
This a scheme of yours, Hercules?
Scheme?
Trying to cheat on your dear old uncle, aren't you, Hercules?
Uncle Herman, what are you talking about?
Where's the money, Hercules?
G-flat. That night. G-flat.
This ain't no time to play games with your Uncle Herman, Hercules.
Uncle Herman, where were you tonight?
What's that, Hercules?
G-flat. Your knife. It's G-flat.
Looks like this thing has got you going, Hercules.
It was you in the garden, wasn't it, Uncle Herman? You killed him.
Let's not waste any more time, nephew. Now tell me where that money is.
I don't know.
Stop lying to your dear uncle, Hercules.
I'm not lying.
I usually use this knife to scale fish. The smell of fish is stronger than the smell of blood.
But I tell you, I don't know where that money is.
You're lying to me. You came down here just to throw me off, didn't you? Make me think you lost the money.
Uncle Herman, stay away from me.
All right, Hercules. So you won't tell your dear uncle.
He rushed at me with the knife. I stepped back and tripped over the board he had pried loose and fell down. But Uncle Herman... He went hurtling over me, head over heels down the long slide. When I got back down at the bottom of the slide chute, he was dead.
The uncle had his neck broken, Lieutenant.
What about the money?
Well, Mr. Remington's wife turned it over to the authorities this morning about 11 o'clock. She said the money wasn't his, and she didn't want him carrying it around.
Well, I guess that'll be all, Mr. Remington. You can go now.
But isn't it dangerous? I mean, the partner is still...
We picked up his business partner a few hours after the robbery.
Oh. But just in case you happen to come across another $25,000 that doesn't belong to you, promise me that you'll get in touch with the authorities, will you, Mr. Remington?
Oh, I've learned my lesson, Lieutenant. Believe you me, I have.
Yeah, good.
Oh, for heaven's sakes, I almost forgot. I got to call my wife. She's probably frantic by now.
There's a payphone right outside in the corridor.
Payphone?
Yeah, right around the corner. You can't miss it.
Well, she's waited this long. I think I'll just tell her when I get home.
Suspense. Presented by Autolite. Tonight's star, Mr. Jack Benny.
Fine meal, Pepito. So long.
Hey, no dessert, Senor Wilcox?
I never desert, Pepito. I'm always faithful to those 400 fine products for cars, trucks, tractors, planes, and boats made by Autolite in 28 plants from coast to coast. These include complete ignition systems used as original factory equipment on many leading makes of our finest cars. Generators, coils, distributors, electric windshield wipers, voltage regulators, wire and cable, starting motors, and many more. And they're all engineered to fit together perfectly, work together perfectly, because they're all part of the Autolite team. So, friends, don't accept electrical parts supposed to be as good. Ask for and insist on Autolite original factory parts at your neighborhood service station, car dealer, garage, or repair shop. Remember, you're always right with Autolite.
Next week on Suspense, our stars will be Lucille Ball and Desi Arnaz in Early to Death. And in weeks to come, you will hear such famous stars as James Stewart, Ann Baxter, and Rosalind Russell, all on Suspense.
Suspense is produced and directed by Elliot Lewis, with music composed by Lucien Morawek and conducted by Lud Gluskin. Murder in G-Flat was written for Suspense by Richard George Petticini. Portions of this program were transcribed. In tonight's cast, Joseph Kearns was heard as Uncle Herman, Bea Benaderet as Martha, and Larry Thor as the Lieutenant. Others in the cast were Clayton Post, Jack Crucian, and Paul Frees. Jack Benny may be heard each Sunday on CBS on his own radio program, The Jack Benny Show.
And remember, next week on Suspense, Lucille Ball and Desi Arnaz in a story about a mysterious airplane crash in the mountains of Mexico. A tale we call Early to Death.
You can buy Autolite Stay-Full batteries, Autolite resistor-type or standard-type spark plugs, Autolite electrical parts at your neighborhood Autolite dealers. Switch to Autolite. Good night.
Tonight, Autolite salutes the men and women leaders in boys' clubs all over America. This is National Boys Club Week, a time to remember that our boys' clubs serve the boy, the community, and the nation by training tomorrow's leaders today. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Doctors prove the Palmolive plan brings 2 out of 3 women lovelier complexions in 14 days. For the Palmolive plan was tested on women with all types of skin. Dry, oily, even skin that was not clear. Yes, regardless of age, type of skin, or previous beauty care, 36 doctors proved the 14-day Palmolive plan brings fresher, brighter, younger-looking complexions. So get Palmolive soap and start your 14-day Palmolive plan now.
Gentlemen, Dennis Day.
Oh, that makes life seem worthwhile dwells in your eyes and must have your smile.
Dennis Day is brought to you by Colgate Dental Cream and Luster Cream Shampoo. Colgate Dental Cream to clean your breath while you clean your teeth. Luster Cream Shampoo for soft, glamorous dream girl hair. The Dennis Day Show with Barbara Eiler, Bea Benaderet, Dink Trout, Charles Dant in the orchestra, and yours truly, Vern Smith, is written by Frank Galen and stars our popular young singer in A Day in the Life of Dennis Day. Here's Dennis to sing There Ought to Be a Society.
There ought to be a society for the prevention of cruelty to poor unfortunate lovers. Poor unfortunate lovers. Poor unfortunate lovers like me. There ought to be a society for the extension of sympathy to poor unfortunate lovers. Poor unfortunate lovers, poor unfortunate lovers like me. If you beat up a dog or a cat, You go to jail for the maximum penalty. They got protection laws for the dumb animals. But nobody cares about me when I get beat. So I repeat, there ought to be a society for the prevention of cruelty to poor unfortunate lovers. Poor unfortunate lovers. Poor unfortunate lovers like me. When you go for a walk in the zoo, you never try for to beat up the chimpanzee. They got the iron cage and the keeper to boot. The monkey is better than me.
He grinned at me. Say he agreed.
There ought to be a society for the prevention of cruelty to poor unfortunate lovers.
Poor unfortunate lovers.
Poor unfortunate lovers like me.
Colgate Dental Cream cleans your breath while it cleans your teeth.
No other toothpaste does a better job of cleaning teeth than Colgate Dental Cream. For Colgate Dental Cream has a safe polishing agent that cleans your teeth both gently and thoroughly, brings out their natural sparkle and beauty. You can actually see and feel the difference.
And scientific tests prove that Colgate Dental Cream cleans your breath while it cleans your teeth. Yes, actual scientific tests prove conclusively that in 7 out of 10 cases, Colgate instantly stops unpleasing breath that originates in the mouth.
Colgate Dental Cream is famous for its wonderful wake-up flavor, too. Nationwide tests of leading toothpastes prove that Colgate's is preferred for flavor over every other brand tested. Yes, preferred over every other brand tested.
And no wonder, for Colgate Dental Cream is the result of constant effort to produce the finest toothpaste in the world today. For cleaning teeth, for flavor, for sweetening breath.
So see if you don't agree with the millions who have made Colgate Dental Cream America's favorite toothpaste. Try Colgate Dental Cream to bring out the natural sparkle and beauty of your teeth. For a wake-up flavor you'll thoroughly enjoy.
And always use Colgate Dental Cream after you eat and before every date to clean your breath while you clean your teeth. Well, as you needn't be told, there are numerous ways for people to get into trouble. Some folks go out looking for it. Others can see it coming but can't avoid it. And still others fall into it unconsciously. It's to this third or unconscious group that our young hero Dennis Day belongs, which is only reasonable considering the head start he has. Now, take what happened to him yesterday morning, for instance. He was walking down Oak Street quite unconcernedly, minding his own business, when suddenly...
Good morning, young man.
Good morning.
I'm the inquiring reporter of the Weaverville Bugle, and I'd like to ask you a question for my column. Do you mind?
Well, no, not if I can.
Good. What's your name and address?
Dennis Day, 324 Elm Street. Gee, I thought it was going to be tougher than that.
That isn't the question, my boy. What I want to know is your opinion of women.
Women?
Yes. Do you think the women of today are prepared for motherhood?
Gee, I hope so. If they're not, I don't know who to tell to get ready.
No, you don't understand, sir. I'm looking for a good, controversial statement on the subject of women.
Oh.
Now, do you happen to be in love with more than one woman?
Me? Of course not.
That's what I want. I have no love for the overwhelming majority of women, says Mr. Dennis Day of 324 Elm Street.
Hey, wait.
What's a little housework, cooking, washing, and baby-minding, continues Mr. Day. It's the men who do the real work in this world. Women should get down on their knees to them.
But all I...
What a statement. Mr. Day, you took the words right out of my mouth.
Well, maybe we still have time to put them back in. You're not going to print this, are you?
Well, I'm only quoting what you said, Mr. Day. Tell me, do you think women have good reasons for always whining and complaining?
But they don't.
Women have no good reasons for always whining and complaining.
Now, look, mister,
do you know why women should be treated as your equals, Mr. Day?
No, why?
Dennis Day doesn't know why women should be treated as his...
Mister, please, you can't do this to me.
Why not? You believe the man should be the head of the family, don't you?
Well, yes, but
You think if a man asks his wife a civil question, she should answer him, don't you?
Well, sure.
Attaboy. Women should speak when they're spoken to, says Miss... Now you're talking.
I must be doing it in code.
Mr. Day, I congratulate you. There isn't one man in 1,000 who'd come out and say the things you have.
Including me. Everything I say, you twist around. I demand that you print my exact words.
Well, all right. If that's the way you feel, I'll use a direct quotation from you for my lead line. Do you wear perfume, Mr. Day?
Perfume? Of course not.
Why not?
Well, it makes a person smell.
Well, women wear it, don't they?
Well, sure, but...
Wonderful. Goodbye, and thank you for a great lead line.
What lead line?
Dennis Day says women smell.
Boy, what happened?
So back our hero slunk to the Anderson boarding house, where he knew it was the better part of valor to say nothing of his interview, especially to his landlady, Mrs. Anderson, and his girlfriend, Mildred. But he also knew what would happen when the paper came out the following morning, and sure enough, just after he had risen...
Oh, my golly, here it comes. Oh, it's you, Mr. Anderson.
Dennis, you doll face, you dreamboat, you joy boy.
Huh?
This article of yours in the paper. This Emancipation Proclamation for husbands. Women should not be treated as equals. They should get down on their knees to the men. Where'd you ever get such magnificent ideas?
Gee, I don't know, but every time that reporter opened his mouth, I seem to have another one.
You're a hero, my boy. Why, there isn't a husband in this whole town who doesn't feel like a different man toward his wife this morning.
Gee, even you? Wow.
Why, I've had 5 phone calls from friends this morning, and they all feel like I do. My boy, this could develop into a crusade.
You mean we men are going to demand equal rights with women?
Dennis, please. I said we were crusaders, not radicals.
Oh, beg pardon.
But there's a feeling inside me this morning that I never had before, and I wouldn't be surprised but what it's courage.
Courage?
Certainly seems to be, from the descriptions I've read of it.
Oh, gosh, Mr. Anderson, how are the women going to take this... Oh, jiggers, here comes your wife. Good morning, Mrs. Anderson.
Don't you good morning me, Dennis Day. Are you responsible for this article in the newspaper?
You're darn right he's responsible. You want to make something out of it?
Herbert Anderson, are you addressing me?
Well, I ain't addressing John L. Lewis, kiddo. It's about time you women learned a little respect for us men. You understand?
Why, yes, Herbert.
Good. Now drag those big feet of yours to the stove and get me some breakfast.
Yes, of course, lover.
See what my friend wants here, too.
I should cook breakfast for Dennis Day over my dead body.
Look out, kiddo. That can be arranged.
Yes, Herbert. What would you like, Dennis?
Gee, Mrs. Anderson, ma'am,
Dennis, stop fumbling around. Climb on the bandwagon. Enjoy.
Okay, I'd like a couple of 3-minute eggs.
Very well.
And make it fast, understand? I want you back here with them in 2 minutes.
Very well, Poopsie.
Oh, my gosh, it's the millennium.
Didn't I tell you? It's that interview. All over town, men are acting just like me. Son, we owe you a debt of gratitude we can never repay.
Gee, imagine. Why, I had no idea. I never...
Oh, there you are, Dennis Day.
Oh, hello, Mildred.
Don't you even speak to me, you man, you.
Dennis, did you hear what she called you?
Yeah, even I've been promoted.
I suppose you think you're pretty smart, don't you? You and your interview.
Up and at her, Dennis. Remember, this is the revolution.
Yeah, watch your tone, Mildred Anderson. Just remember your sex. Your party is no longer in power.
What?
Turn in your belt, kiddo. You're not wearing the pants anymore.
So that's your attitude, is it? Very well, Mr. Day. I only spoke to you at all because I had this note for you. Here, and goodbye.
Attaboy, Dennis. Keep women at a distance. That's our motto.
Gee, I don't know. Do you think we'll enjoy them just as fully that way?
More. Well, now, who's the note from? Aren't you going to open it?
Huh? Oh, yeah, of course. Gee, it's from some man I don't even know. Dear Mr. Day, read what you said about women in this morning's paper. If you are still alive when this letter reaches you, I have a job open for you. But if you are not available, at least send me your autograph. Sincerely yours, H.R. Norwood, owner of the Bonton Shoe Store. Wow, isn't that great, Mr. Anderson? I'll go see him right away.
Didn't I tell you, my boy? You're a hero. You finally become a name in this town.
Oh, I always was. But at last I'm becoming one you can say in polite company. Pardon me, Mr. H.R. Norwood?
Yes?
I'm Dennis Day. You wrote me a letter?
Oh, I did. Sit down, Mr. Day, sit down. My goodness, let me look at you. So you're the boy who said all those glorious things about the opposite, if you'll pardon the expression, sex.
Yes, sir. I guess I am.
Oh, my goodness. I never met a man with your courage in my life. I just never did, that's all. No! I give you my word. When I read your article, my hair just stood on, if you'll pardon the expression, end.
Gee.
What courage, I said to myself. What courage. What courage. What courage.
You're hard of hearing?
No. I just repeat things once in a while. Well, I suppose you're wondering about the job I mentioned.
Oh, yes, sir, I am.
Well, good. Well, you see, I sell shoes here, women's shoes. You know why?
No, why?
I hate women.
Then why do you sell women's shoes?
Could you think of a better revenge on them?
Oh, no, sir, but where do I come in?
Oh, I can see you've never waited on a woman in a shoe store, my boy. Box after box you pull down from the shelf, and still they're not satisfied. This one's the wrong color, that one's the wrong style, these don't fit. Up the ladder, down the By noon, I am such a nervous wreck that you can hear me puff, and if you'll pardon the expression, pant all over the place.
It does sound kind of wearing.
Oh, yes, but it won't be for you. Oh, no. You'll make them buy the shoes they ought to have, and right away.
Me?
Well, certainly. You're not afraid of women. You will, if you'll pardon the expression, gird up your, if you'll pardon the expression, loins and fight.
But, Mr. Norwood,
Now, the pay on this job, I might add, is excellent.
The pay? How much is it?
Well, it used to be $22 a week, but I'll take her.
$22 a week? Boy, that's the best offer I ever had.
Well, in that case, the dickering is over. Now, is it a deal, my boy?
Gee, how can I turn it down?
Oh, good lad. Now, all you have to do... Oh, good gravy. Here comes the customer. Now, go to work, my boy.
Gosh, already?
Don't you worry. This is one of the sweetest customers we have. Good morning, Mrs. Harris.
Good morning.
Welcome, dear lady. My clerk will take excellent care of you, I am sure.
Very well. I'd like a pair of black pumps, young man.
Sit down.
Oh. What?
You heard me. Squat. Now, what size do you take, fatso?
Why, the ones I have on are 3.5, AAA.
And these will be just your size. Here, 8 feet.
8 feet? Why, I never.
I know, and it's about time you started. Here's the shoes. Now, give me the money.
But
Come on, give me the money.
Yes, of course. Here.
Oh, good boy, Dennis. I knew you could do it. I knew you weren't scared of any woman, whoever you... Oh, my goodness gracious me. The boy's fainted.
We'll continue this day in the life of Dennis Day in just a moment. Meanwhile, here's Dennis to sing You Were Meant for Me.
You were meant for me. I was meant for you. Nature patterned you, and when she was done, you were all the sweetest up in one. You're like a plaintive melody that never let me free. For I'm content the angels must have sent you, and they made you just for me. You were meant for me, for I'm content the angels must have sent you, and they made you just for me.
Well, Dennis certainly started something when he allowed himself to be quoted by an inquiring reporter to the effect that women have a cinch and that the men do all the work. To the men, of course, he's a hero, but to the women, well, let's listen to a meeting of the distaff side now taking place at the Anderson boarding house.
Dennis actually talked to you that way, Mrs. Harris? Why, I can hardly believe it.
Since that interview of his appeared, all the men are talking that way.
I'll say they are. Do you know what your father said to me this morning, Mildred?
What?
He told me to shut my big mouth before he kicked it shut. Why, he hasn't spoken to me like that since I fell off a horse in 1922 and had both arms in a cab.
Well, now, something's got to be done. Why don't we show the men how easy our job is? Let them do what we've been doing for a while, and we'll lead the lives they've been leading.
Oh, golly, Mrs. Harris, that sounds wonderful.
Not to me, it doesn't. I'd have to go back to doing the housework around here.
But not the cooking, Mother. Oh, I think it's a marvelous idea. We'll call every woman in town and get them started right away.
Yes. Let's see how the men like doing women's work for a change.
And it'll certainly be fun for us doing what the men do.
Yes, I've got a slight head start.
A head start?
Sure. I've been enjoying my husband's cigars for years now.
How's the dinner coming, Dennis?
All right, I guess. Gee, Mr. Anderson, wasn't it kind of peculiar, your wife leaving a note saying she and Mildred wouldn't be home for supper, and if we wanted any, we should cook it ourselves?
Well, it is a little peculiar, but we'll show them that we can cook just as good a dinner as they can. Did you taste that soup yet, Dennis?
Yeah. The soup over here in this pot is cooler, but it tastes better, I think.
That's the dishwater from lunch.
Oh.
Are the baked potatoes nearly ready?
Mashed potatoes.
I thought you said we were going to have baked potatoes.
We were, but they fell on the floor and I stepped on them by mistake.
Oh, well. Say, do you suppose those steaks of mine are done by now?
Well, how long have you had them on?
Well, let's see. It's 8:15. About an hour.
Oh, give them a little longer. We don't want them raw.
No, I guess not. Did you take a look at those muffins?
No, I guess I better.
Yeah, we got to watch them. I don't like them dark brown.
How do you feel about jet black?
My, I'm glad Poopsie didn't see those. Take them out, Dennis.
Okay.
Dear, dear. Well, now, don't you worry. We'll show those women that us men can take over.
You bet we will.
Sure. Why not? Men can do anything that women can do.
Darn right they can. Oh, say, isn't that someone coming up the walk, Mr. Anderson?
Well, yes, so it is. It's Mr. Harris. Why, good heavens, he's carrying a baby.
Gee, you don't suppose he... Oh, of course not. I'll let him in. Hello, Mr. Harris.
Gee, fellas, look what I had.
What?
To take care of.
Oh.
Well, my wife and daughter went out and left him with me. Got kind of lonely. He's only 4 months old and doesn't say much. So I came over here for some company.
Well, good. So you're just in time for dinner. I'll have it on the table in a jiff.
Gee, you're lucky the little fella's sleeping so nice and peacefully, Mr. Harris. Most babies don't, you know.
Yeah, I know. But I gave this one a little shot of whiskey before we... Worked fine.
See? There's male brains. I'll guarantee a woman never would have thought of that.
No. But I wish I knew what to do when it's time to change him. They didn't leave me any instructions on that.
Oh, I can show you that, Mr. Harris. I don't go to the movies twice a week for nothing, you know. Hand me a napkin.
Yeah, here you are. Let's see this.
Well, first you take this end and crisscross it to the other side and pin it. Like this, see? Then you crisscross the other side over to this one and pin it. Now you take the underflap and pull it over here and pin it like this.
Now what?
Well, if I could think of a way to get my hand out, it'd be perfect.
Well, you better just let him sleep, Mr. Harris. Now, dinner's all set. Sit down, boys.
Okay.
Well, dig in, everybody.
You first, Mr. Harris. You're the oldest.
What's that got to do with it?
You've lived your life already.
It looks fine, but to tell the truth, I'm not very hungry.
You know something? I kind of wish I had my wife back.
Yeah, this isn't very much... Hey, isn't that somebody outside?
Our wives. They've finally come home to apologize.
Oh, so that's she said. Really? I thought you said itching.
Well, and just where have you three been until this hour?
Around. We dropped in at the pool room and shot a little snooker.
Snooker?
Yes, and then we stopped in at the fight for a few minutes.
And we wound up with the burlesque show. Wow! That second boy from the left. Hey, Clara!
You ain't just speaking your gums, kiddo. Well, did you boys have a nice evening together?
We kind of missed you, ladies.
Oh, you'll get used to it in a few months.
No, Poopsie. Don't say that. You did this to us, Tennessee.
Me?
Yes, with that fool interview of yours. Please, ladies, reconsider. Take us back the way we were. Give us men our happy slavehood again.
Well...
Please, Mrs. Anderson. I was wrong to talk about women the way I did. There's room in this world for two sexes. In fact, in many ways, it's a very nice arrangement.
Well, do you really think you've learned your lesson, Herbert?
Oh, I have. I do, Cuddles, I do. Take me back, please.
Very well. If you're truly sorry, we'll forget this ever happened.
Oh, thank you, Mrs. Anderson.
Oh, Poopsie, you darling. Come here and let me clasp you to my manly stomach once again.
Dennis Day will be back in just 1 minute to sing Song of Songs. But first...
Dream girl, beautiful luster cream girl, hair that gleams and glistens from a luster cream shampoo.
Yes, for soft, glamorous green girl hair, try Luster Cream Shampoo. Now in convenient tubes or jars, whichever you prefer. Luster Cream Shampoo leaves hair with new three-way loveliness. Fragrantly clean, glistening with sheen, soft, easy to manage. Not a soap, not a liquid, but an utterly new, rich lathering cream shampoo, a blend of secret ingredients plus lanolin. 4-ounce jar, $1. Smaller sizes, tubes or jars, 49 and 25 cents. Be a dream girl, a lovely luster cream girl.
Dream girl, beautiful luster cream girl, you owe your crowning glory to a luster cream shampoo.
Here now is Dennis with the music of Charles Dant and the orchestra singing Song of Songs.
Do you recall that night in June when first we met? Do you remember, love, the words we spoke? Have you forgotten all the tender vows we made? In the silent, magical moonbeams light, one of the golden dreams with tomorrow more to me than that melody. Fill the heart with the joy once it knew. Oh, night of bliss, night of June and love, beneath the stars amid the roses, who dream of delight that faded at dawn. Oh, song of songs, oh, night of bliss, when you were my whole world of love. When you were my whole world of
Good night, everybody.
Next week, tune in to another Dentist Day show brought to you by Colgate Dental Cream to clean your breath while you clean your teeth, and Luster Cream Shampoo for soft, glamorous, dream girl hair. This is Vern Smith speaking. Good night, everyone.
This is NBC, the national broadcasting company.
of Ivy, starring Mr. and Mrs. Ronald Colman.
Good evening, this is Ronald Colman.
And Benita Colman.
Inviting you to join us again on the campus of Ivy College.
And now, the Halls of Ivy. Welcome again to Ivy College, that is, in the town of Ivy, USA. It's 5 o'clock of a dark winter's afternoon, and the campus is in a soggy state. The trees are dripping, the ivy is drooping, and only the sturdier students are seen sloshing along in the mud-stained snow. All of which seems to have had no effect on Dr. William Todhunter Hall, president of Ivy, who returns home to number 1 faculty row in a buoyant and triumphant mood, as his delighted and delightful wife, Victoria, says,
"You seem mighty perky on such a murky day, darling. Come on, tell me, what's the good news?"
Good news. As a matter of fact, I had a perfectly abysmal day. I was needled, nettled, and besieged by all kinds of carping petitioners. But however well fortified I may be to cope with normal grievances, I have an Achilles heel for whimsy on a busy day.
A whimsical heel. It sounds enchanting.
Well, it's a fair description of young Jethro Matthews III.
Oh, yeah, him. He's the one who made the big fuss with the Dramatic Society about the scenery being too realistic. He also had a dandy suggestion that we do Death of a Salesman as a ballet.
Yeah, he's trying very hard to be consistently unconventional. Now, he's a bright boy, but he's failing in his poetry course. It seems he hasn't attended any classes recently.
Why not?
Oh, he said he could learn far more about poetry by contemplating the vistas of nature than the visage of Professor Heaslip.
He's got a good point there. But he's young, he'll outgrow it.
Oh, yes. As a matter of fact, I was intensely individual myself when I was his age.
I bet you were a beautiful baby.
Ravishing, darling. But my critics were divided into two schools. One believing that I was just a mild eccentric, the other that I was a boring poseur. Both views were accurate. I was what is known in those days as a bohemian.
Oh, I know, yeah. Sit around in a smoky room and try to shock each other.
Yes. That's right. Yeah. Adolescents from 20 to 70 who sit on the floor of what they call a studio with candles stuck in the necks of bottles. They have Schoenberg on the record player, which cannot be heard, of course, because of the furious talk about music and the pity for the poor, grubby businessmen. The men who made the candles, manufactured the bottles, built the record player, recorded the Schoenberg, and were idiots enough to forego the last 3 months' rent on the studio. Bohemians, making a fetish of the unconventional. Nonsense. Ridiculous. Wonderful, wasn't it? What a lot of fun we had.
You talked yourself right back into it, didn't you?
How did I get to be such a qualified authority on eccentric behaviorism? Did I make any sense?
Oh, certainly. You sounded like a professional psychiatrist.
Psychologist.
Psychiatrist, psychologist. What's the difference?
It's the same as between a poor student in the library and a rich one in the malt shop. One studies and one treats.
You know, this is the first time I've ever understood the difference. Yeah, but to get back to your day at the office, what other dreadful things made you feel so good?
Well, for one thing, Professor Fisher is probably still wondering what happened to him.
Professor Fisher at the law school, what'd you do to him?
Well, I asked him whether he didn't agree with me that it was high time we had another look at the bylaws of the Student Legislative Council. He seized upon my suggestion, turned it into an indictment, and launched into a prosecutor's harangue.
I'll bet you put the old harangue-o-tang back in his cage.
No, but I managed to turn the case of Fisher versus Hall into the case of Hall versus Fisher. Oh, I gave him a run for his money. You should have seen his face.
You really poured it on, huh?
There was really no difference of opinion to start with, but he worked himself up into a hopeless contradiction, which I pounced upon with alacrity. And then, Vicky...
Yeah, Louise, I'll get the door, darling. Don't stop. Now, you were pouncing. Go ahead. Pounce.
I used an old trick of forensics. As a champion and ruthless debater in my day, come in.
Excuse me, Dr. Hall.
Is there someone to see me, Louisa?
Yes, I told him to wait. The stout one who talks like a birthday card. Yes, it couldn't be anybody else. It's Professor Heaslip. Oh, he sounds as though he were reading off tombstones. That's the one, Mrs. Hall.
Well, you'd better send him in, Louisa.
Yes, sir. And, Mrs. Hall, I told him not to bother because it's working now, but he wanted $1 anyway. For Professor Heaslip? No, he's in the hall. I sent the other one away. I'll tell him you'll see him, Dr. Hall. Sorry, have you any idea who wanted the $1?
Not yet, darling. In due time. We can't rush Louisa. With her, small phrases are tributaries that finally join a river filled with the flotsam and jetsam of facts, which will eventually flow out into the sea of knowledge.
Well, salutations, Skipper. Greetings, ladies. My apologies, but I couldn't help overhearing. You were speaking of the sea of knowledge. What a proper subject for a conversation in the presidential mansion. And pray tell, what intellectual voyage had you embarked upon at this hour of twilight?
We were just wondering about a man who wanted $1.
What? Oh, yes, Jason in search of the Golden Fleece. What a delightful sense of humor you have, fair lady.
Yeah, well, with $1 where it is, we need one.
Yes, a cogent observation. Skipper, I just stopped by to return your book.
My book? Oh, yes, the Christopher Fry play. Thank you, Professor. Did you enjoy it?
Oh, I've read it with some interest, particularly because of the flurry it has caused in certain literary circles.
I liked it.
Well, fair lady, it is pleasant in a way, but I found it much too wordy and flowery for my more austere tastes. Didn't you, Skipper?
No.
Oh.
No, I enjoyed its richness of language, but then I like words and flowers.
Yes, of course. A very gifted dramatist. Oh, by the way, Skipper, I stood up for you last evening.
You did? Well, thank you.
Oh, yes, Skipper, I took up the cudgels in your defense.
Oh, really? Oh, what about?
Oh, nothing serious, mind you. There was a discussion, and when certain, shall I say, impetuous statements were made, I couldn't resist raising my voice slightly in protest.
And that was jolly nice of you.
You spoke, fair lady?
Yeah.
Well, I'd appreciate knowing what these statements were, Professor. They might be true.
Oh, I hardly think so, Skipper. Just the irresponsible prattle of an idle tongue. What could be more ridiculous than to even suggest that you couldn't take time to attend to the practical problems of a university?
Are you asking, Professor, or is that what was said? I mean, is it a quote or a question?
Well, fair lady, perhaps I shouldn't have brought this up.
Yes, but who would suggest that...
Oh, dear, look at the time. It's nearly dinner. I must be off. Thank you again for the fireplace, Skipper. We must sit down and have a real discussion on it one day.
Yes, I think one day would be... well, goodbye, Professor, he said.
Yes, goodbye, Professor.
Goodbye, fair lady. And, Skipper, I wouldn't give it a moment's thought if I were you. It was just that I was so surprised about Agnes. I mean, Dean Huxley. I didn't know she felt that way about you. Well, I must apply.
There goes an idle tongue full of irresponsible prattle, if ever I heard one.
Well, you can't take him seriously. As my father used to say, a fool's tongue is always long enough to cut his own throat.
As my mother used to say, it's better to plant a seed of goodwill than to put a crumb in another man's bed.
Very good, Vicky.
Yeah, I wish he'd stop saying fair lady. Fair lady. Sounds like a bus conductor. And the way he backed off and changed the subject when you stood up to him about the fry play, huh?
Well, Heaslip is a man of many sentences and a few convictions. And what did he mean about Dean Huxley? What nonsense.
Yes. Johnny, you never finished telling me about how you vanquished Professor Fisher.
Fisher? Oh, well, now, what I think of it, I shouldn't take too much credit because I had him from the very beginning. Realizing the weakness in his case, I could afford to bide my time and do nothing.
Well, but you said you pounced on him.
Oh, I didn't really pounce. I just made a small point. It really wasn't such a... You know, it is surprising, Agnes Huxley. I've always had a great personal regard for our Dean of Women, and, well, I felt there was a mutual...
Of course, darling. You know she likes you. Now, come on. Now, what about Fisher?
Well, what could I have done or said that would have made her change?
But who says she's changed? There's nobody on the staff more loyal to you.
After all, there's nothing surprising about her saying I didn't have time to attend to all the problems of a university. The president of any college has to budget his activities by the very complex nature of the...
Yes, come in, Louisa. Excuse me, Dr. Hall.
Oh, yes, Louisa.
I forgot to tell you she called this morning, said she couldn't make it. And Mrs. Hall, he said the dollar was for coming over here. And I told him you don't pay for just visiting without fixing it. Certainly not. Fixing what? Oh, don't worry, it's working now. And Dr. Hall, she said she was sorry.
She?
But it's not worth $1, Miss Hall. I wouldn't pay it for you.
Oh, no, indeed.
I'd gladly pay $1 just to find out what he came to fix. $2.
$3.50.
$4.75.
Any other bids? Going at $4.75 to the beautiful lady with the blue eyes. Sold. Wrap it up, Louisa.
I don't know what you're talking about, Dr. Hall. You can be very confusing at times.
I'm afraid I didn't catch the name of who it was that was sorry she couldn't make it and what it was she was sorry she couldn't make.
You didn't? It was the committee meeting. Miss Dean Huxley.
Dean Huxley? You mean she can't attend the faculty advisors' meeting tomorrow night?
I wouldn't know. Said she wouldn't be there at all. Seems to me people should leave plugs in where they belong. Icebox didn't work all morning. Well, I have my work to do. Claudie, I think I've got it. Louisa knocked the plug out of the refrigerator and didn't know it. Called the repairman, and by the time he got here, she discovered her mistake. It's
the first time I can remember Dean Huxley missing an important committee meeting. Of course, there needn't be any connection. I mean, this couldn't have anything to do with her criticism of me. Do you think?
Oh, she's probably just swamped with studio problems. She works awfully hard, Toddy.
Yes, I realize that. A very capable woman. And her department is rather short-staffed. I wonder... Yes, that could be it. She did say she needed another assistant. But that was a year ago, and it was the Board of Governors who turned down the request. I never thought you would hold me personally responsible for that.
Well, I'm still waiting, darling.
You're waiting? What for, Vicky?
Well, won't you please tell me how you gave Professor Fisher the coup de grace?
Oh, yes, Professor Fisher. Yes, well, I'm afraid I exaggerated a bit. It wasn't really a conquest, you know. Just a minor skirmish. As a matter of fact, I'm not sure I scored my point at all.
Oh, darling. Now, don't let Heaslip's forked tongue spoil your day. Well, you know what a fine woman Agnes Huxley is. You've always said there wasn't a more efficient and understanding dean of women anywhere.
Yes, and that's why I'm perturbed, Vicky. When such an able executive as Dean Huxley suddenly leaves a cryptic message that she can't attend a most important meeting, which, of course, has nothing to do with what she thinks of my administrative ability, or has it? Well, I didn't know I was so lacking in understanding of the female faculty. Perhaps I should let the male staff alone for a while and concentrate on the distaff.
As we return to the halls of Ivy, it's noon the next day, and Mrs. Hall has just returned from town when she's intercepted by her housekeeper, Louisa.
It's none of my business, Mrs. Hall. I got that recipe for the clam chowder from my great aunt in Savannah. He always liked it before. Nobody else I know makes it the same. And he just said, no, thank you. That's all. Well, I wouldn't take that too seriously, Louisa. Perhaps Dr. Hall didn't feel like soup today. Not that I believe in keeping a good recipe a secret. It's the bell pepper makes it. I'll mash and strain it first. Yes. Well, thank you. I'll call you if I want anything. All right. But mind how you walk. I got a cake in the oven. Looks good, too. My sister says that's why she won't own a vacuum cleaner. Huh? Says you can't pull a straw out of it to stick in the cake and see if it's done. All right, I'll be careful. I was going to practice jumping over the sofa, but it can wait. Hello, darling.
Vicky, I believe I have it. It wasn't a year ago when the Board of Governors refused to add another assistant. It was at least 6 months before that. Remember when the delegations from those two sororities came to see me about a pledge they both claimed?
Yes. And you told them they were big girls now and to work it out for themselves. And, darling, Louisa's got a cake in the oven. If you must keep pacing, please do it on tiptoe.
Well, I can't pace on tiptoe, darling. It'd look ridiculous. But, you see, Dean Huxley must have found out that the girls had come to me instead of to her. And even with the most intelligent of women, those things rankle, you know.
She would never hold a thing like that against you or anything else. As a matter of fact, I just ran into her an hour ago.
You did? What did she say?
Oh, the usual hello and how are you, and she was in a terrible hurry, so we didn't actually...
Well, you mean she didn't speak to you?
I didn't say that.
Well, I don't want to put a false construction on a minor incident, but it would surprise me if she held it against you, too.
Daddy, if I weren't the president's wife, and I thought nobody would recognize me, I'd march over to Heaslip's house or class or wherever that windbag is at the moment and give him a good punch in the nose for carrying tales. You know me, one round Cromwell.
Well, Vicky, I have none of the conventional prejudices against women in executive positions, but I've found that they have a tendency to emotionalize issues, to take the personal rather than the objective point of view. I can understand how Dean Huxley has misconstrued my action in the sorority matter as a preemptory assumption of authority, but I'm sorry that she allowed this to influence her judgment. I take this committee meeting tonight. She should be there. Why isn't she coming?
Well, maybe a cousin's sick, or if she's got a cousin, or possibly she's been evicted from her house and has to move tonight. I mean, there could be a dozen reasons. Maybe she's sitting on a jury. There are a dozen reasons right there.
Whatever it is, why did she just leave a message without any explanation? Now, why did she complain to Heaslip of all people? Why, if she had a complaint, didn't she come directly to me? Vicky, there's only one thing to do.
And I've already done it.
What?
Well, when I met Dean Huxley, I said, "Hello, Agnes," I said. And then I said, "If you don't mind the fib, Dr. Hall said he would like to see you." So, she said she'd come over this afternoon. Do you mind?
Mind? Of course not. Oh, any further postponement would only widen the breach. However, I shall have to find a delicate way to remind her of the danger of letting small grievances grow into crises. And I must firmly recommend that in the future, if she have any protest, she give me the original, not the duplicate. I prefer not to be a pawnbroker of protests, dealing in second-hand complaints.
Well, you have no idea, Agnes, how happy I am you were able to make it this afternoon.
Well, you know, Victoria, I was almost ashamed to come here.
What?
Dr. Hall, I've been having a guilty feeling about you.
Oh? Well, why should you feel guilty about me, Dean Huxley?
Well, I haven't been to see you.
I don't know how you find time to see yourself with all the desperate, dramatic crises of charming and slightly distraught young ladies who crowd under your wing.
Yes, I sometimes feel like a mother hen with her peeping chicks. But I don't know why I should complain. That's my job.
But it's your prerogative to complain. Without protest, there can be no progress. And without constant challenge, we would all doze on a featherbed of complacency. No, Dean Huxley, I must insist. You have every right to complain.
Well, thank you very much, Dr. Hall. But, complain about what?
Well, if you haven't got a complaint handy, Agnes, think fast. Make one up. Now's your chance.
Oh, no, I'm sure Dr. Hall has enough on his hands without my small problems. I may be a mother hen, but he's running the whole chicken ranch.
Well, I try to do what I can, but with the multitude and variety of my duties and obligations, many of which, of course, extend beyond the campus itself, I'm left with only limited time to attend to what are sometimes called the practical problems of a university. So I can have no sensitivity about anyone who may criticize my particular allocation of interests and energies and...
Dr. Hall, what on earth do you mean? I've never known you to refuse to listen to any problems that came up here at Ivy. Honestly, I don't know how you find the time to do it.
Well, I've always believed that the primary obligation of an administrator is accessibility. That's why there is no door to my office in the administration building.
William said that either he or the door would eventually become unhinged, so he beat the gun and took the door off.
Well, I hope the privilege of free entry isn't abused, Dr. Hall. You can't be expected to do everybody's job. I had a set-to with a faculty member about this very thing a day or so ago.
Oh, really?
He slipped. Why, yes. He wanted us to go trotting to you with a small dispute before we even had a chance to work it out for ourselves. I told him he was silly to bother you with it, that you had far more important things on your mind.
Oh, so that's what was said. Dean Huxley, I feel a most profound apology coming on.
Oh, that crumb planter. A finer example of verbal skullduggery I have never heard.
Yes, a few minor word changes, a slight difference of inflection, even the raising of one eyebrow, and you have a total change of meaning.
Why, so he did come to you with this after all. But I can imagine what he said and what you've been thinking.
Oh, well,
Why, that nasty old... Oh, excuse me.
No, go right ahead. You can speak freely without any fear of contradiction from me, at any rate.
I'm sorry. But at the moment, just thinking about Professor Heaslip makes me cross.
I know. All he has to say is good afternoon, and you start wishing you brought your umbrella.
Well, Agnes, I don't mind telling you that this has relieved my mind.
Well, Now that I'm here, perhaps you'd like to know what started off this chain reaction.
We certainly would.
Well, you see, a sophomore got snowed in on a skiing weekend. Missed an early Monday morning quiz with Professor Heaslip, and he's refused to give her a chance to take it later.
But why?
Well, it sounds like a good enough excuse.
Well, you know our ruling on lateness, Dr. Hall, and Heaslip refused to make an exception. The girl wrote her father, and he's coming into town tonight to see me. But that's why I can't be at the committee meeting.
Oh, I see. Well, Dean Huxley, I don't want to intervene, but if you'd like me to see the girl's father, I'll be only too happy to do so.
Oh, thank you, Dr. Hall, but I'm sure I can placate him. But there is something you can do for me.
Oh?
Will you please get Heaslip out of my hair?
Well, I'll do my best. As an ornament in anyone's coiffure, he leaves a little to be desired. But at the same time, I shall have to commend him.
For what? Not starting the Chicago fire?
No, for bringing to our attention, in however a roundabout way, a matter which should be near the top of our agenda. It's high time we examined the whole problem of student rules and brought them up to date.
Yes. You do still seem to have hoop skirt regulations which are a little difficult to sit down in.
So I shall appoint a committee to bring the whole subject before the Student Legislative Council. And to be sure that something is accomplished, I would like our Dean of Women to serve on that committee.
Why, I'll be glad to. Thank you, Dr. Hall. And my apologies for losing my temper about Heaslip.
Oh, and my apologies to you. I've been forcibly reminded that the loyalty of friends mustn't depend upon a constant reiteration of it. I have learnt with Molière that doubts are more cruel than the worst are true.
But as we sadly start our journeys apart, a part of every heart will linger here in the sacred halls of Ivy, where we've lived and learned to know that through the years we'll see you in the sweet afterglow. We'll remember halls of Ivy in the sweet afterglow.
From Hollywood, Colgate Tooth Powder for a breath that's sweet and teeth that sparkle presents the Mel Blanc Show. Colgate Tooth Powder for a breath that's sweet and teeth that sparkle brings you the Mel Blanc Show with Mary Jane Croft, Earl Ross, B. Benaderet, Joe Kearns, Leora Thatcher, Zookie, and Victor Miller and his orchestra. Ladies and gentlemen, you've heard Mel Blanc as the Happy Postman.
Hello, Mrs. Burns. Here's your mail. Well, goodbye, Mrs. Burns. Remember, keep smiling.
You've heard him as the famous train caller.
Train leaving on track 5 for Anaheim, Azusa, and Cucamonga.
You've heard him as the lovable character Zookie.
Well, in the Fix-It Shop, I'm the president. I'm the vice president. I'm the vice president. I'm the treasurer. I sweep out the place.
You've heard him as the famous Warner Brothers cartoon character Bugs Bunny.
What's up, Doc?
Now hear him as the star in his own show.
Hello, Mel Blanc's Fix-It Shop. You bend it, we mend it.
Drop in at Mel Blanc's Fix-It Shop, where you're pretty sure to find things in an awful fix. Well, it seems that Mel's fiancée, Betty, has been dropping none too subtle hints about the need for efficiency in the Fix-It Shop. I wouldn't say that Uncle Rupert and Zookie are exactly moochers, but, well, they're more than just a little worried.
Zookie, we have to show that we're efficient around here, or else. So you'd better try working faster.
Oh, I'm quick, all right. See, I'm like a bolt of lightning. I'm a regular dynamo. I think I blew a fuse.
Zookie, here comes Mel. Quick, get busy.
Hey, okay.
Hello, Mel. What kept you so long?
Oh, that Adams job was bigger than I expected. Her toaster wasn't the only thing Mrs. Adams broke. She broke her lawnmower, and she broke her electric iron.
I hope you presented the lady with a substantial bill.
I couldn't. Mrs. Adams was broke, too.
Oh, I see.
Hey, Uncle Rupert, Betty's right. As a businessman, I'm a washout. We need a little efficiency around here. Just look at this place. It's a shambles.
Oh, I don't know. It just has a sort of a lived-in feeling.
Yeah, lived in. I'm serious. Just look at that cigar butt on the floor. Is that yours, Uncle?
No, my lad. You saw it first.
Oh, stop kidding.
My, you are in a sour mood, nephew. Look, why don't you get yourself a ticket for the girly review at the Gaiety tomorrow night? It'll cheer you up.
Now, Uncle.
Have you seen the pictures of Fifi Devine, the star? Why, that gorgeous little lady has everything. And she carries it so well.
Uncle Rupert, you know I wouldn't waste a breath on any other girl but Betty. Why, Betty's the most wonderful girl, and...
Hello there, sugar boy. I'm Fifi Devine.
Oh, boy. I thought you weren't going to waste a breath.
On her, it wasn't wasted. Gosh, I feel better already.
You've got a sign outside that says you can fix anything under the sun.
I specialize in little jobs under the moon.
Look, Pop, get back to your funny papers. I'll talk to your straight man here.
Well, what can I do for you, miss?
Well, I'm the star of the Pin-Up Girl Review opening at the Gaiety Theater tomorrow night. You've been at the Gaiety, haven't you, sugar boy?
Oh, sure. I go there practically every night.
Why, Melvin.
Well, it's the only place in town you can get Hershey bars.
Oh, you're cute. Look, sugar boy, you see this little gadget? I want you to fix it for me.
Sure. It's just a little zipper.
Oh, it's not just a little zipper. There's only one like it. It was made especially for me in my harem dance.
Harem dance?
Mm-hmm. That's the one Anna didn't do for the King of Siam.
Why not? Did he have a weak heart?
You see, in my dance, the miracle zipper drops off one veil when I go like this, another one when I go like this, and another one when I go like this.
Look, Uncle, no hands.
Well, make sure you have my miracle zipper ready by tomorrow. Goodbye, sugar boy.
Well, Miss Devine, it just happens I'm going your way. Which way are you going?
Gee.
Hello, sugar boy.
Hello. Hello, Betty. Well, you see, there was something wrong with her zipper, so naturally, she thought of me. I didn't see you come in.
Obviously.
Oh, that was Fifi Devine, the glamorous dancer at the Gaiety.
Glamorous? Huh. I can't say she wears clothes very well.
Wearing clothes isn't her specialty.
Never mind. I have something more important to talk to you about, Mel.
I know, Betty. Efficiency.
Yes. I finally found a man who will tell you how to run your business, what to buy, what to sell, and how much to charge.
Gee, he must be from Washington.
Well, he's an efficiency expert, just came to town. Herbert Goodhue. Now, are you or are you not going to let me get a hold of him for you?
Well, okay, honey. When will you get in touch with him?
The day before yesterday.
Oh, the day before... Huh?
Yes, I wanted to make sure you wouldn't change your mind.
Mr. Blank, I'm Herbert Goodhue, the efficiency expert. How do you feel?
Well, I had a little cold.
Who cares?
Huh?
That's your first lesson in efficiency, Blank. I've just known you a few minutes. How could I possibly care how you feel?
But you asked me.
Always get to the point. That's the Goodhue speedy-deedy way.
Speedy-deedy?
Now, listen, Mr. Blank. I'll give you an example of what real efficiency can do for people. For instance, when Mrs. Goodhue and I converse, we use my famous peachy-speechy system.
Peachy-speechy?
Not a word wasted. For instance, if I want to compliment Mrs. Goodhue on a delicious dinner, I do not say, "Darling, the flounder was so delicious it simply melted in my mouth."
You don't, huh?
No, indeedy. That wouldn't be speedy-deedy. I leave out all the unimportant words and say, "Darling, flounder, mouth."
Well, I guess you can get away with that as long as you say darling.
What's that you're fooling with?
Oh, I have to see about Miss Fifi's zipper.
Well, what you do outside of business hours is no concern of the Goodhue efficiency program.
Mr. Goodhue, I don't think you understand.
I see I'll have to change your whole business approach. First of all, how do you say no to your customers?
Oh, I just open my mouth and it rolls out.
When you say no, you've got to make people realize you mean it.
Oh?
I have proved that dogs and guinea pigs, that when you shake your finger in their faces and say no, spelling it out, N-O, they react fastest.
Well, what about the dogs and guinea pigs that can't spell?
Number 2, another feature of my speedy-deedy plan.
Yeah?
Look at this mad jumble here in your shop. When I'm through, every time you turn around, you'll fall over just what you're looking for. It never fails.
Do you sell accident insurance, too?
And number 3, that's the hearty-departy way of saying goodbye.
Gosh, I better write all these things down.
It's a goodbye with just a touch of hello in it, like this. Goodbye!
Gosh, that may sound like you're glad to see them go.
Oh, you're a lucky man, Mr. Blank. When I'm through in your fix-it shop today, you'll be master of speedy-deedy, peachy-speechy, and hearty-departy.
Okie dokie. I mean, okay. I'll do it for Betty.
Ah, that's the old speedy-deedy.
I'll do it even if it drives me slappy-happy. You want me to fix this vase, Mrs. Otis?
Yes, if you please, Melvin. Oh, you should see my little grandchild. Poor little fellow, he's teething. My daughter just has to keep burping him all the time.
Who cares?
Huh? What was that?
Speedy-deedy, speedy-deedy.
Mel Blanc, you're much too old for baby talk.
About your vase, the answer is no.
No.
N-O. No.
I don't understand you.
Funny, dogs and guinea pigs understand.
Take your finger out of my face. I think you've gone mad. Give me back my vase.
Okay, where is it? Oh!
My vase! My precious Chinese vase!
You see, another feature of the speedy-deedy plan. Oh. You can't turn around without falling over just what you're looking for. It never fails.
I'm getting out of here, but you're going to pay for that vase, and I'm going to tell everybody to stay away from this store.
Oh, Mrs. Otis, I almost forgot. Hardy the party. Goodbye! Gosh, Uncle Rupert, Mr. Goodhue's efficiency plan is ruining me. I lost 3 good customers already today.
4. Don't forget Mrs. Longnecker, my beloved Clara, the richest woman in town.
Did she walk out, too?
Not before she slapped my face.
But why?
I decided to try Mr. Goodhue's peachy-speechy system to propose marriage. You know, leave out all the unimportant words.
Well?
My, was I eloquent. I suggested I come and live with her in her mansion, spend all our days together, perhaps have a few little ones.
Well, those are certainly honorable intentions.
I meant them to be, but one of the unimportant little words I left out of my proposal was marriage.
What's going to happen next? Well, I fixed Miss Fifi's zipper, but I can't find it anywhere.
What?
All this darn efficiency stuff. Oh, I'll ruin her career. She'll drag me into court.
She'll sue me for every dollar I've got. I just hope Mr. Goodhue was satisfied.
Now, Melvin.
He and his speedy deedy, peachy speechy, hearty to party. He just left out the most important thing, that's all.
What's that, nephew?
Harry Carey.
Use Colgate tooth powder. Keep smiling just right. Use it each morning and use it each night.
Don't take a chance with your romance.
Use Colgate tooth powder.
How often it happens, you meet a man and you think, he's a nice fellow, but what? Well, you hate to say it, but it's that little breath of trouble. I mean, unpleasing breath. And the chances are this chap doesn't dream that a breath of trouble is tagging him, making him unpopular, hindering him in business, spoiling his fun. Without suspecting it, you may be the victim of unpleasing breath. So be on your guard against it. Just do this. Brush your teeth night and morning and before every date with Colgate tooth powder. For Colgate tooth powder cleans your breath as it cleans your teeth. Yes, scientific tests have definitely proved that in 7 cases out of 10, Colgate tooth powder instantly stops unpleasing breath that originates in the mouth. What's more, no dentifrice at any price cleans your teeth more quickly and thoroughly than Colgate tooth powder. Remember to buy it first thing. And remember the name Colgate tooth powder with the accent on powder.
Don't take a chance with your romance.
Use Colgate tooth powder.
Well, let's drop back again at Mel Blanc's Fix-It Shop, where the new efficiency plan of Speedy Deedy, Peachy Speechy, and Hearty to Party has the morale very low indeedy weedy.
Zookie, if Fifi sues Mel and he loses the shop, we'll be out on the street. Frankly, I'm worried.
Oh, yes, so am I. I'm beside myself with it. I'm beside myself with. I'm beside myself. Hey, it's getting crowded in here.
There's only one chance. Mel is out somewhere trying to find something like that zipper right now.
Gosh, I sure hope he finds it.
Good Lord, here comes Fifi now. You talk to her, Zookie.
Me?
But don't tell her Mel lost that zipper. Don't let her pry it out of you. I'm leaving for the back door.
Oh, don't worry. I'll take care of her. I know what to tell her. I know just what I'm going to say.
Hello, sugar boy.
I'll say...
My, you're cute. Who are you?
I'm Zuki. I work for Mel.
Where is your boss? I came to pick up my zipper.
Oh, well, Mel just stepped out for a minute. He'll be back in a couple of hours. He'll be back in a few. I think he got lost.
Well, we don't need him, Zookie. Fifi just wants her zipper. Now tell me where Mel left it. Come on, sugar boy.
No.
Oh, you can tell me anything. We're here all alone, aren't we?
Just you and me.
Mm-hmm.
That's nice and cozy. But I can always call for help.
We're all alone. And after all, you're a man, and I'm a woman.
Well, let's leave it that way, huh?
Oh, I'm tired of this. You tell that pin-headed boss of yours, if I don't have that zipper for my show tonight, I'll sue him for every dollar he's got. Don't you butt me. Do you know what that zipper's supposed to do for me tonight?
Oh, sure. Keep your shirt on.
Oh, darling, I'm so sorry. This whole efficiency business is my fault. But I was just thinking of you.
Oh, it's not you, Betty. It's just that I'm not good enough for you.
Mel, don't you dare talk like that.
Well, I know a couple of people who can't see why you want to marry me. Your mother, and your father,
Oh, darling.
your grandmother, Uncle Emmett.
Cousin Oliver.
Darling.
Then there's a couple of others. Mr. Thayer, the banker. Mr. Cooney, the traffic cop. Mr. Abernathy, the taxidermist.
Stop.
My old scoutmaster. My landlady. The 4-H Club. The American Legion. The Shriners. The UNO.
Oh, darling, you're such a fool. But I do love you.
I love you too, Betty. I'll get out of this somehow. I'll just keep a stiff lower lip.
Mel, the expression is upper lip.
Well, can I help it if it's my lower lip that's trembling? You'll be here any minute, Uncle Rupert, and I don't know what else I can do. I just can't find her zipper.
Well, nephew, don't worry. If worst comes to worst, I'll go out and get a job.
Gosh, I'd hate to see you spoil your record. Oh, my gosh, here comes Dr. Crabb, the veterinarian. He would come at a time like this.
Never mind, my lad. I'll take care of that canine Kildare.
Well, thanks, Uncle. I'll go and take one last desperate look around.
Well, hello, Christopher. How's the dog doctor this morning?
Consulting veterinarian, if you don't mind.
What's the matter with you?
Nothing's the matter with me. Got a catch in my throat. Could I have a pan of water, please?
Christopher, do you realize you're even getting to sound like a dog?
Why, thank you, Rupert. Dog is man's best friend. In fact, I understand them.
You understand what dogs say?
Why, certainly. I have a little Pekingese. When he looks up at me with his big watery eyes and says, you know what that means?
He's hungry.
Oh, somebody must have told you. But dogs are wonderful. When my little Cocker Spaniel goes over to meet my Great Dane, he says, "Row, row, row." And then the Great Dane says, "Row, row, row, row." And then that little Cocker. Great Dane says,
And what does that mean?
I don't know, but they sure understand each other.
Oh, please go away.
Yeah, I must be going now. But remember, elephants need your sympathy, especially adults. They blow their nose and wait so long until they get results. Well, bye.
I know, Miss Devine.
I should be over at the theater right now, but I can't go on. What am I going to dance in, my girdle?
That ought to be snappy.
Hey, that's what I'll do. I got it.
Now, what are you doing? Don't push all those things off the counter.
Have you gone crazy, man? Now, you stay out of this, Mr. Goodhue. Uncle Rupert, throw those nuts and bolts where they belong. Yeah, that's right. Right there in the sink. And all this goes back where it was, too. Does it?
Mel, what have you done?
Goodness, the fix-it shop's a shambles. Everything just the way it was yesterday morning. The same mess. The same mess? Are you sure, Mr. Goodhue? Exactly the same? I should know. Oh, that's great. That's wonderful.
Darling, where are you going?
To get Miss Fifi's zipper. Now that everything's in order again, I know just where it is. Here, you see? It was inside Mrs. Dabrowski's zither. You know, Z for zither and Z for zipper.
Oh, let me have that zipper. I've got to run to the theater. And to show you there's no hard feelings, I'll bring my car around for you to fix.
Well, what's wrong with your car?
You know me, sugar boy. I stripped the gears. So long.
Something else I can do for you, Mr. Blank. Mr. Goodhue, the answer is no. No? N-O. That spells no. Goodbye, Mr. Goodhue. You know, hearty to party. Goodbye!
For a Zookieism. What? You never heard of a Zookieism? Well, hang around.
Use Colgate tooth powder. Keep smiling just right. Use it each morning and use it each night.
Don't take a chance with your romance.
Use Colgate tooth powder.
Look, let's face the facts. A little breath of trouble, unpleasing breath, is no respecter of persons. Girl or woman, man or boy, teamster or tycoon, debutante or duchess, all are possible victims of unpleasing breath. Why, even you, though you don't suspect it, may risk your happiness, ruin your romance, even jeopardize your job because of unpleasing breath. So isn't it best to be on your guard, to watch out for that little breath of trouble? My advice is do this. Brush your teeth night and morning and before every date with Colgate tooth powder. For Colgate tooth powder cleans your breath as it cleans your teeth. Yes, scientific tests have definitely proved that in 7 cases out of 10, Colgate tooth powder instantly stops unpleasing breath that originates in the mouth. What's more, no dentifrice at any price cleans your teeth more quickly and thoroughly than Colgate tooth powder. Remember to buy it first thing. Remember the name Colgate tooth powder with the accent on powder.
Don't take a chance with your romance.
Use Colgate tooth powder.
Well, Zuki, we've had a lot of excitement, but I hope you learned something about efficiency. Yes, Zuki. To be efficient, you should score yourself on things like ingenuity, perseverance, industry. How would you score yourself?
Well, on ingenuity, I score for 5. On perseverance, I score on industry, I score I don't know what the score is.
Colgate tooth powder for breath that's sweet and teeth that sparkle brings you the Mel Blanc Show every Tuesday. Mel Blanc Show is written by David Victor and Herbert Little Jr. and was produced by Joe Rides.
Say hello to Halo Shampoo if you want naturally bright and beautiful hair. For Halo Shampoo contains no soap, therefore leaves no dulling soap film. Halo lets hair sparkle with natural brilliance. Even in hardest water, Halo makes oceans of rich, fragrant lather to quickly carry away loose dandruff and dirt. Halo needs no lemon or vinegar rinse. Say hello to Halo and goodbye to dulling soap film. Get Halo Shampoo at any cosmetic counter.
This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
It's Texaco time with Fred Allen. Welcome to the Texaco Star Theater, ladies and gentlemen. We invite you to enjoy the next 60 minutes with Fred Allen, Kenny Baker, Portland Hopper, our special guest, Maurice Evans, man about Shakespeare. The winner of the Texaco College competition, Jack McDonald, from the College of the Holy Cross at Worcester, Massachusetts, and Al Goodman's Orchestra. An hour of mirth and melody brought to you by the more than 45,000 Texaco dealers from coast to coast. Ladies and gentlemen, this week, New York City installed an air raid siren that can be heard from one end of the city to the other. Tonight, we bring you a man who, when he shoots off his mouth, can be heard from one end of the country to the other. He's Fred Allen in person.
Thank you. What are you laughing for? Nothing's happened yet. Nothing has had to happen with alarming rapidity here, too, as I remember the script. So thank you, and good evening, ladies and gentlemen. And Mr. Wallington, about your introduction.
What's wrong with my introduction? It's the same old hooey I've been giving you every Wednesday night.
Well, Jimmy, this isn't Wednesday night, you see. It's Sunday. Now, for almost 8 years, every Sunday night at this time, people have been hearing the Ford Symphony Hour, the finest music, beautiful singing. Now, tonight they tune in. What do they hear? You say, we bring you a man who shoots off his mouth. Well, I know. Did you write that line in yourself? I didn't see it. Now, look, Jimmy, if we're going to make new friends on Sunday night, we have got to be more refined, more reserved. Your meadow wit is entirely out of place.
Oh, yeah? Then why don't you get Deems Taylor?
We tried, and oh, how we tried. But Deems Taylor won't announce on a program unless there are 400 piccolos in the orchestra. And the leader's baton lights up. He has a clause there. It has the light, you see. Our man is leading with a shingle here.
Well, this is supposed to be a comedy program. I get more laughs than Deems Taylor.
Well, Jimmy, now that we're on Sunday nights, we don't want laughs anymore. Don't forget, Jack Benny has been on earlier tonight. Benny has been on with his alleged fun. And the word fun is loosely used in this incident. Did you hear Mr. Benny tonight?
No, I didn't, Fred.
Well, he did his program tonight out in San Diego from the Marine Corps base out there for the Marines.
Yes.
I will say this, Jimmy Wallington. Tonight, Jack Benny set morale back 200 years out he had one gag where Dennis Day comes in and gets a reception. Of course, Jack and Don, everybody applaud Dennis, and they think it's the audience if you're sitting home, but it's really the cast.
Yes.
And Dennis comes in and he tells Benny that he has been out to the San Diego Zoo and he has seen a baboon that looks like me, you see. He's in a cage out there. Well, all I have to say in rebuttal is that at least my ancestors are on the ground and in cages while Benny's are still up in the trees. You see, Jimmy, people are surfeited with that low comedy tonight. Now we come on, the listeners want to enjoy peace and quiet. I've taken all the jokes out of the script tonight.
Oh, did you cut out that class gag with Kenny?
Oh, yes. Where Kenny says, how can I show my class? And I say, fan your girl with your draft card.
Yeah,
no low comedy at all.
Well, Fred, if you're not going to have any jokes on the program, you won't want me around.
No, Jimmy. You will be the last joke to go. And as you go, we turn to the latest news of the week. The March of Trivia presents its weekly lowlight from the world of news. Hollywood, California. Last week, the Academy of Motion Picture Arts and Sciences made its annual awards for outstanding achievements in the cinema industry for 1941. Tonight, the March of Trivia, ignoring the Academy selections, makes its annual awards to little-known Hollywood riff and raff who contributed practically nothing to the advancement of the motion picture industry during the past year. Now, first tonight, ladies and gentlemen, a trivia award goes to a Hollywood miss who wasn't even heard of during 1941, Miss Pansy Flute. What is your... You are Miss Flute. You're not a stand-in, are you?
No.
You're the real... Well, what is your claim to obscurity, Pansy?
I was the only girl in Hollywood in 1941 who didn't.
Who didn't what?
I didn't wear no sweater.
No.
I didn't wear no slacks.
No.
I didn't wear no open-toe shoes.
No.
I didn't wear no red on my fingernails.
No.
I didn't go out with no producers, directors, or stars.
Is that all you didn't?
No, I didn't work a day in 1941.
A sound effects man who made the most unimportant sound in Hollywood in a picture in 1941 was Burley Brinks. What was the sound, Burley?
Well, we were making a Hardy family picture. The Hardy family gives up.
Thank you, Andy. We didn't know you were here. The Hardy family gives up, I see.
And in one scene, Mickey Rooney looks out of a window.
Yeah?
He sees a caterpillar fall off a slippery elm tree, bump against a pussy willow, and land on some chicken feathers on the ground.
And you had to duplicate this sound?
Yeah, I tried everything. Dropping the white of an egg on pollen.
Yeah?
Letting fall a cup custard onto a duck's back. Finally, I got it.
Well, how did you reproduce the sound of a caterpillar falling off a slippery elm tree, bumping against a pussy willow, and landing on the chicken feather?
Well, I got a limp banana.
Yeah?
I bumped the limp banana against my mustache.
Yeah?
Then I dropped the limp banana onto a wet toupee.
Congratulations. A trivia award goes to the actress who spoke the same two lines in 27 consecutive B pictures, Miss Moselle Lamontagne. She looked something like Pansy Plute, who was here a minute ago. Another character. You are unhappy as 1941 went in Hollywood, Moselle?
Moselle Lamontagne's career has been a cavalcade of redundant small talk.
What is your problem, Moselle?
I'm tight. 27 B pictures. And what is my dialogue? Always the same two lines.
What line?
The juvenile lead ogles me.
Yeah.
I say, naughty boy.
Yeah.
He kisses my hand.
Yeah.
I say, toujours l'amour.
And then?
Then I repulse him.
And you say this has been going on?
In 27 consecutive B pictures, Moselle Lamontagne has said, naughty boy and toujours l'amour.
And then you repulse the hero?
In every picture.
Well, tell me, hasn't this affected your private life?
It's embarrassing.
In what way?
This morning I went down to fill out my income tax.
Yeah?
The clerk said, your name? I said, naughty boy.
Yeah.
Then he said, occupation? I said, toujours l'amour.
What happened?
He's phoning me tonight.
You will repulse him, of course.
Who knows? I may ad-lib.
Moselle Lamontagne. A tribute award goes to an actor who appeared in 200 pictures in 1941 and never moved in a moving picture. Bunson Tremaine. Mr. Tremaine.
Hiya, fans.
What is it you do? There was one Bunson Tremaine fan here. What is it you do in pictures, Bunson?
Well, I'm a rigor mortis feigner.
You feign rigor mortis?
Yeah, I portray only dead bodies.
Only dead bodies, I see.
I've been in 200 pictures, but always laying down.
Oh, is that why you didn't get any reception tonight?
Yeah, my fans don't recognize me standing up. Wait, I'll lay down and show you. Thank you, one and all.
Yes, sir. I saw you at the Rialto 7 weeks in succession this year. You literally tore down the house tonight.
Yeah, you see, the minute I lay down, I'm a picture personality.
Well, don't your fans ever see you killed in any of your pictures? Aren't you ever shot standing up before you fall over?
Yeah, I've always just been killed.
Oh.
When a detective opens the door, I'm always on the floor with a knife in my brisket, dead.
Well, how many times have you been killed, approximately?
Well, let me see. 41 times by the Lone Ranger, 18 times by Mr. Moto, 13 times by Gene Autry, the Tin Man's cooked me. Oh, I was killed twice in Son of Fury.
You died twice in the same picture?
Yeah, I filled in for a guy. He was suddenly taken ill. He was too sick to die, so I kicked the bucket.
Well, tell me, Bunthorne, what do you feel was your outstanding part during 1941?
Oh, me rolling Citizen Kane.
Well, I don't recall you in that picture.
Remember the end of the picture?
At Citizen Kane's grave?
Yeah, all the people are standing around a mound of voice crying.
You were...
Yeah, I was laying under the dirt, making like a lump.
You liked that part, did you?
I not only liked it, I loved it.
Well, tell me, are you happy in your movie work, Bunthorne?
Well, it's hit and run. I'm making a living, but they're killing me.
Pictures, and thank you, Bum Song Cement. Well, I guess that about takes
Not too fast, my frowsy friend. Falstaff here, he's my friend.
Now, look, please, Falstaff.
I have just tossed aside my rhyming dictionary.
Well, don't tell me that you have concocted another brace of gamey poems.
Oh, yes. Have you heard, she called me Clumsy Reggie as I tripped and sprung my wedgie?
No, I haven't heard that.
Or, tell us, Ellis, were you jealous when you hit her with the trellis?
No, I haven't heard that.
Give the man back his dice, mother. You're too old to be making passes.
Now, wait. Please. Now, tonight we are discussing Hollywood and the Academy Award.
Precisely why I am here.
You have written a poem?
No, I wrote the Academy Award song. Hollywood gave me a dirty deal.
Why, the song that won the award was The Last Time I Saw Paris.
Tripe and Balderdash. I wrote the top tune of the year, the greatest love song ever written for a picture.
And you're here to sing it tonight?
No, I have brought the stink singers with me.
Oh, these are the Sink Singers?
Yes, formerly the Dayton Street Boys.
Oh, gone up in the world of plumbing, I see. Well, sir, tell me, how does your love song go, Falstaff?
We'll run over the chorus. Hit it, cat. Hop along, Cassidy, I love you. I swear by the western moon. Hop along, Cassidy, you'll be mine. I'll share your saddle in June. We'll be hitched in the old corral. You're my hop along, I'm your pal. In a year or two, we'll be three. Hop along, you, your horse, and me. Ooh. Hop along, please be true. Oh, giddy up, hop along. I love you. I love you. What?
We know why you didn't win the Academy Award. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we turn to welcome Kenny Baker, aided and abetted by Al Goodman and his orchestra. Kenny sings tonight, I'll Follow My Secret Heart.
Apart till one comes through. No matter what price is paid, what stars may fade above, I'll follow my secret heart till I find love. You asked me to have a discreet heart until marriage is out of the way. But what if I meet with a sweetheart so sweet that my wayward heart cannot obey? A single word that you may say, I'll follow my secret heart my whole life through. I'll keep all my dreams apart till one comes true. No matter what price is paid, what stars may fade above,
Thank you, Kenny. That was swell. And here's Larry Elliott with, what are those telegrams, Larry, you have there? Who are those from?
Yes, Fred, they're all from listeners who like your new time.
Really?
I know you won't be able to read them all, but here's one of the nicest of the bunch. It's from a couple of school children.
School children? Let me see. Says, Dear Mr. Allen, thanks for changing days. Us kids could hardly ever hear you on Wednesday nights because we had our homework to do, but Sunday night is swell for us. We appreciate your changing your time. Hey, this is nice, Larry.
Yes, and it also goes to prove that changing times brings an appreciation of a lot of other things. For instance, these are times that make you, as a car driver, appreciate more than ever the advantages of Texaco Sky Chief gasoline and its flexible power. Being more conscious of the way your motor runs, you sense all the more quickly the extra life that Sky Chief can put into it. Being watchful not to start too quickly, not to grind those precious tires, you're sure to feel how perfectly controlled is Sky Chief's flexible power, how even and smooth the pickup. Yes, and out on the road, keeping under 40 miles an hour, you'll see how steadily, how masterfully your car holds the pace with Texaco Sky Chief in the tank. That's flexible power for you. Alert, responsive to every demand. Today, more than ever, your car deserves Sky Chief. Your Texaco dealer's premium gasoline for those who want the best.
Maestro Goodman brings to an abrupt close his serial rendition of Ticka-Tee, Ticka-Tar. As we hurry on to matters...
Hello. The doorman said you wanted to see me.
Who put hello in it? There's no hello. The doorman, what? The doorman, everybody writes in what they want to say. I've never seen it. The doorman said I wanted to see you. Well, I do. Where's Kenny?
Oh, he's over there standing by a bass drum. He's confused.
Confused about what? Because it's Sunday?
No. Kenny doesn't know whether he's found a bass drum or lost the Salvation Army.
Well, maybe there's a hole in Gene Cooper's pocket. He probably dropped his drum. Was in here yesterday, I believe. Well, tell Kenny I want to see him, too.
Kenny?
Yes, Morty.
Oh, Mr. Allen wants you.
Okay. What's cooking, Faye?
Your goose, if anything goes wrong tonight.
What's tonight, Mr. Allen?
It's Sunday. This is our first Sunday broadcast, Portland, and Sunday nights in radio, the audience is more discriminated. Now, we ought to add a little class to this program. We have got to exude an aroma. I was thinking of an old boarding house where I used to live where a man fell out the window, and a rumor that was... We have got to exude an aroma of savoir-faire.
Should I go ahead now?
No, I tell you what happened. It's really aroma, but they didn't close up the O, and the wind got out of it, and it made... We have got to exude an aroma of savoir-faire.
Well, we exuded an aroma Wednesday night, didn't we?
An aroma, yes, but it wasn't savoir-faire, Kenny.
No.
Now, to inaugurate our new ultra policy, our guest tonight is a man who will lend the program a note of distinction.
Well, who is our guest? Who's this, a whatchamacallit in Costello?
No, it's not he. Our guest tonight is Maurice Evans.
Who's Maurice Evans?
Who is Maurice Evans? Kenny Baker. Maurice Evans is the greatest living interpreter of Shakespeare in the theater today.
Who's Shakespeare?
Shakespeare was a writer.
English?
Yes. Any more questions?
Yes, Shakespeare wrote in English. Why does he need this Maurice Evans to interpret him?
Kenny, I'll explain. Maurice Evans is the world's greatest Shakespearean actor. Shakespeare was the world's greatest playwright.
Oh, yeah? What about Orson Welles?
Shakespeare came before Orson Welles. Shakespeare lived a long time ago.
Before Lincoln?
Yes, before Lincoln.
Before George Washington?
Yes, Kenny, long before.
Before Major Bowes?
I give up.
Well, maybe Mr. Evans can explain Shakespeare to Kenny.
I'm afraid I'll have to explain Kenny to Mr. Evans when he gets here. Now, look, both of you, I'm going to introduce you both to Mr. Evans. Why, I don't know. And when I do, I want you to answer him in Shakespearean vernacular.
Not me. I'm not going to lose my merit badge.
Now, look, Kenny, will you meet Mr. Evans? All I want you to say is, alas, poor Yorick, I knew him well.
Alas, poor Yorick, I know him well.
Fine. And Portland, you say, Romeo, Romeo, wherefore art thou, Romeo? You got that?
Yes, I'm ready.
Good. Now, when Mr. Evans gets these Shakespearean greetings, I'm sure he'll feel more at home. And now, ladies and gentlemen, since critics and playgoers have used up all of the adjectives describing his artistry and skill in the theater, I am left with nothing to say but meet Maurice Evans. Good evening, Mr. Evans.
Good evening, Mr. Evans.
I hope our humble studio meets with your approval.
The studio's fine.
The lights are all right for you, are they?
The lights are excellent.
The microphone is at the right height, is it?
The microphone is perfect.
The acoustics are to your liking, are they?
The acoustics are superb.
Good. Have you looked at your script?
Yes. That's the only thing that worries me.
Well, before we get going, Mr. Evans, I'd like to have you meet two of your ardent fans. This is Kenny Baker.
How do you do, Kenny?
Well, ask poor Yorick. I know him.
Well?
That's all, brother.
Mr. Evans, this is Portland.
Happy to know you, Portland.
Romello, Romello. Wherefore art thou, Caesar Romello?
What's going on here, Fred?
Well, Maurice, you are a Shakespearean actor, and I thought...
I know. You thought just because I play Shakespeare, I'd turn out to be an old funset with no sense of humor.
Well, I am a little disappointed in your appearance, Mr. Evans. After seeing you play Shakespeare with all those beards and wigs, I thought you were just an old mid-Victorian Drew, to tell you the truth.
Well, to be quite frank, Fred, I'm a little disappointed in your appearance, too.
Well, how do you mean, Maurice?
You know, hearing you over the air, I always imagined you were an ugly-looking bird with bags under your eyes and a hangdog appearance.
Well, how are you disappointed, Maurice?
I had hoped you'd be different.
I get it. You can see the bags, huh?
See them? See them? Why, your eyes look as though they were rocking themselves to sleep in two skin hammocks.
Well, I know I'm not good looking.
The last time I saw a head like yours, I held it in my hand and said, "Alas, poor Yorick, I knew him." Well?
Well, in radio, Maurice, we don't use makeup.
You should, Fred.
I look that bad, huh?
If you and I were the only ones here, I'd swear this place was haunted.
Well, now, wait a minute, Maurice. I saw you in Hamlet when you wore those tights. And if you didn't have those papier-mâché kneecaps and false calves stuck on your legs...
False calves? Me?
You heard me.
For your information, Mr. Allen, what you saw in those tights was all good Evans.
You'll have to show me.
All right, I will. Hold the strip.
All right.
I'll pull up the trousers and show you. You wouldn't say those are two nasturtium stems, would you?
No, I've never seen nasturtium stems with woolen socks on. But from what I have just seen, Maurice, you could go with Minsky.
I have had offers, Mr. Evans.
You have? Say, for a Shakespearean actor, you are broad-minded, Maurice. You know, I thought all you disciples of the bard lived in another world.
And that's where you're wrong, Fred. Most people have the same impression. They imagine a Shakespearean performance is something holy.
Well, isn't it?
Not at all. Shakespeare's plays have been entertaining audiences for over 350 years.
I know, but today audiences are picture-minded, Maurice. People are crazy about Humphrey Bogart, cops and robber stuff.
But Shakespeare's full of cops and robbers.
Really?
Take Macbeth, the play I'm doing this season. It's really a gangster story.
Macbeth is a gangster story?
Sure. As the play opens, Macbeth and Banquo, two big shots, have just knocked off the MacDonald mob. Making their getaway, they meet three scoits. The scoits are hep, see? They're witches, see?
Yeah.
One trail says to Macbeth, "Mac, you're going to be king." Mr. Big, see? Macbeth, very tough gent, says, "Now you're cooking with gas, sister." Macbeth tells Lady Macbeth, an old dagger mole.
Lady Macbeth is an old dagger mole, is
Yeah, she used to run the King Lear mob. He's hiding out for the hot toll bridge.
Goldbergs.
When Macbeth buzzes her, she's hep to the jive. And she and Macbeth plan to rub out Duncan the king, see?
Well, what happened?
They croak Duncan.
They do, huh?
Then they bump off Banquo, another joint.
Yes?
Banquo's ghost starts casing the castle.
The ghost starts casing the castle.
Lady Mac walks in the street, turns stool pigeon, and sings on Macbeth.
Well, how does the play end, Marie?
And Duncan's son, that's Malcolm the Moot, gets a mob of Scotch guerrillas. There's a big gang fight. It's a massacre. To save ammunition, the Scots are throwing stones and yelling, bang, bang.
And?
Macbeth is killed. And Malcolm the Moot moves in.
Say, you know that sounds like all of Humphrey Bogart's pictures put together.
Yes, sir. Shakespeare's plays are right up to the minute. Shakespeare will live forever.
Well, what about that age-old controversy, Maurice? Do you think Shakespeare's plays were really written by Bacon?
I don't know whether Bacon wrote Shakespeare's plays or not, but many a hand has played them.
Present company accepted, Maurice.
I hope so, Fred.
So do I. Speaking of ham reminds me, Jack Benny has just made a new picture called To Be or Not to Be. Now, aren't you a little worried for the bard?
You think when Jack's picture comes out, Shakespeare will turn in his grave?
Turn in his grave? Shakespeare will be known as Whirling Willie.
Comedians have ambitions to play Hamlet, Fred. Have you ever thought about it?
Oh, no, I don't think I could.
You'll see a novelty, Fred. Nasal Hamlet.
You think so? Say, if Benny can play Shakespeare, I ought to have a go at the old boy. He recited a little Shakespeare tonight, incidentally. I ought to have a go at the old boy just for spite.
But I think you'd be a sinus sensation, Fred. Try a few lines. How about that famous speech of Richard III? A horse, a horse.
All right, what's my dictionary?
Go ahead.
A horse, my kingdom for a horse. How was that?
Well, a little more vibrato would help today. A horse, my kingdom for a horse. Try it again.
All right.
A horse, a horse.
Oh, John, that's the phone. Excuse me, Marie. Hello. Oh, yes, sir. Yes, sir. Well, I didn't think, sir. Oh, no, sir.
Bad news, Fred.
It was the sponsor, Marie.
He doesn't like Shakespeare.
He says he's trying to sell gasoline, and if I don't stop plugging horses, I'm through.
Fred, you don't mean to tell me that you're going to let a sponsor stand between you and a career?
Well, this is all I have, Maurice, my little radio program here.
Shakespeare needs you, Fred. I'll take you on the road with me. You can open tomorrow night in Philadelphia. Shakespeare is calling.
Oh, wait, Maurice. I just can't jump up and go, you know. I have a few things to attend to.
Now, will it take you long?
Well, I'll have to sell my block of apartment houses on Park Avenue. I'll have to close up my townhouse, get rid of my estate at Sands Point, find a good home for my fawn. I'll have to give the servants their notice, close the stables, let my butler and the master of hounds go.
Just a second, Fred.
Yes, Maurice?
You got these houses, horses, servants out of radio?
Yes, Maurice, but I can get rid of this worldly junk. What is wealth when art is at stake? When do I join you, Maurice?
Fred?
Yes?
You are not joining me.
No?
I am joining you.
You mean that you'd be willing to abandon Shakespeare to go into radio to tell stale jokes?
Yes, Fred.
Mr. Evans is joking.
Mr. Evans is hungry.
Well, it's too bad. We should have had a little more meat in the script for you tonight. Well, Maurice, it was certainly nice of you to drop in this evening.
It's been a pleasure, Fred.
Now, thanks to you, we realize that this generation is greatly indebted to Shakespeare.
Yes, many of the plots of today's plays were stolen from Shakespeare.
That's right.
Many of the expressions we use today were stolen from Shakespeare.
That's right.
And most of the jokes you told tonight.
Thank you, and good night, Maurice Evans. Evans prepares to join the Texaco Workshop players later in the program. Kenny Baker returns to sing the George Gershwin highlight from Porgy and Bess, It Ain't Necessarily So.
It ain't necessarily necessarily so. The things that is liable to read in the Bible, it ain't necessarily so. Little David was small, but oh my. Little David was small, but oh my. He fought big Goliath, who lay down and died. Little David was small, but oh my. Wahoo! Zim zam boodaloo, boodaloo-wah, Daddy Wah. Jonah, he lived in a whale. Oh, Jonah, he lived in a whale. For he made his home in that fish's abdomen. For Jonah, he lived in a whale. Little Moses was found in a stream. Little Moses was found in a stream. He floated on water till old Pharaoh's daughter, she fished him, she ate from that tree. Oh, that into heaven, don't snap us heavenly clean. Don't have no fall. Oh, I take that gospel whenever it's possible, but with a grain of salt. Methuselah lived 900 years. Methuselah lived 900 years. But who calls that living when no gallows giving to no man what's 900 years? I'm preaching determined to show it ain't necessarily so.
Once again, ladies and gentlemen, the Texaco Star Theater plays host to another young, talented performer, direct from the campus of one of America's great colleges. Tonight's winner is a young man who represents the College of the Holy Cross, selected by his fellow students, whose ballots bring him here tonight as Fred Allen's guest, with all expenses paid, plus a cash award of $200. Now, are you ready to present our guest, Fred?
I am ready and eager, Larry. Ladies and gentlemen, may I present from Worcester, Massachusetts, the pride of Holy Cross, the talented young tenor, John J. McDonald. Welcome to our Texaco fraternity house, John.
Thank you, Mr. Allen.
Well, tell me, how does it feel after being around Worcester all year to suddenly find yourself in New York City?
Oh, I've been in New York many times, Mr. Allen.
Oh, that's too bad, John. I was hoping this trip would be a novelty for you.
It is. This time I'm going to see the sights.
If you say you've been to New York before?
I have, but not with $200.
Oh. Well, you don't have to spend your money, John. This trip is FOB. Fun on Broadway, and the whole thing is on me. Tell me, what are you studying up at Holy Cross?
I'm taking a pre-medical course.
Oh, really? I took up medicine when I went to high school.
They don't teach medical courses at high school, do they?
Well, no, John. After school, I ran an elevator in a drugstore. I took the medicine up from the basement to... do you want to be a doctor?
Yes, that's my ambition.
It is. Are you saving old magazines to put in your waiting room when you open your office?
Yes.
Well, you'd better start, John. Many a promising new doctor has had to postpone opening his office until he could find an armful of old National Geographic. But apart from your pre-medical work, are you interested in any other activities at school?
Yes, I'm chairman of the Purple Key.
The Purple Key?
That's the student representative body. I'm sort of a school spirit club. I'm also soloist with the college glee club.
Ah, yes. Where there are clubs, you will generally find an Irishman every time. Your school turns out some fine athletes, doesn't it, John?
Why, yes.
Holy Cross has contributed more baseball players to the major leagues than any other school in the country.
You've had some fine football players, too.
Yes, Bill Osmanski went to Holy Cross.
Oh, Osmanski's the great fullback who played for the Chicago Bears in the professional league. Is he still going to school?
Yes, Bill's a dental student now.
Well, I saw Osmanski play last fall, and something told me he was going to be a dentist. You know, every time he'd open up the line, he'd say, "This isn't going to hurt a bit." I used to have a lot of friends up your way, John.
Did you ever play in Worcester, Mr. Allen?
Oh, Worcester, many times. The first time I appeared in Worcester, the audience gave me the dodo. People thought the dodo was extinct, John, but I brought the old bird back up there. 1914, I believe. The last time I played Worcester, Harry Lauder was there making his farewell appearance. Harry and I tried to get in to live at the YMCA, but the clerk took a look at Lauder's kilt and sent him over to the YW. Well, John, if you want to get a word in edgewise, this is your chance. I'm winded.
I did want to present you with some gifts the fellow sent down from Holy Cross.
Gifts, John? Well, this is the first time anything like this has ever happened on this program. The first time tonight, I mean.
This little bottle here.
Is it bottled blood? Just what I need, John. Esquire comes out, if you don't mind. May I cut in? Esquire comes out tomorrow, and I'll need this blood. I may want a blood.
All right, now.
Yes, it's your turn, John.
This isn't blood, Mr. Allen. It's a bottle of laughing gas.
This is laughing gas in here?
Yes.
Is it really?
Yes, the chemistry department thought if your jokes didn't go well tonight, this laughing gas might come in handy.
Oh, this is laughing gas. Is this the real McCoy in here, is it? I'll open up the bottle and smell a little, John. You don't mind, do you? Hmm? Say, this is great, John. Wait till I throw a little gas at the audience here. That's how it works, John. Well, all right, John.
The boys also asked me to present you with this musical club charm.
Well, what is this, John?
At Holy Cross, this charm is presented to singers when they graduate.
You mean that this little charm means the singer is finished?
Yes, we heard you sing with Buddy Bear.
And this musical club charm here intimates, then, that I am finished.
Well, the boys just told me to give it a charm, Mr. Allen, and I believe you'll have to draw your own conclusions.
Oh. Well, in putting a stop to my singing, John, Holy Cross has made me a much better insurance risk. So thanks a lot to you and the fellows back at school for these useful gifts tonight. And now, as I enter vocal oblivion, I appoint you my successor to take over. What song have you prepared for tonight?
I'd like to sing I Hear You Calling Me.
I Hear You Calling Me, dedicated to your local draft board, of course. Gentlemen, the most talented undergraduate of the College of the Holy Cross, John J. McDonald. His song, I Hear You Calling Me.
Her light before I went from you into the night. I came to you, remember, to you for one last kiss. She's a I hear you
Thank you. Thank you, John McDonald. Thank you, John McDonald. Thanks to the students of the College of the Holy Cross for selecting you to brighten our program tonight, and our best wishes for your future success in the world of medicine. Now, next week, ladies and gentlemen, the most talented undergraduate of Colgate University. After listening to the three finalists over station WIBX Utica, the student body went to the polls. Ballots have just been tabulated, and the winner is David Bowman. Congratulations, David. We'll be looking for you next Sunday. And, look, Kenny, please don't stand around the microphone yawning. If you're tired...
Well, I was up all night.
Up all night doing what?
Well, I was trying to figure out how to switch my tires around so that we're even.
Well, that's a good patriotic idea, but what is so hard about rotating your tires?
Well, if I put the behind tires before, they'll last because they'll be first. But later they may wear out earlier, so I had to put the front back on the back, and I'll be more behind than I was before. Out of walk.
Well, I trade the car in for a shame. That's the thing. Say, you have got a problem there, Kenny. You'd better talk to our expert. Jimmy, how can Kenny solve his tire problem?
Well, my advice, Kenny, is to drive in at your Texaco dealer and have him examine all 5 of your tires, including the spare. He knows exactly how much wear a tire gets in each position. He'll plan your tire rotation so as to put the most rubber where it's needed most to equalize wear. He'll tell you exactly the inflation that will get the most mileage from your tires, too, and check the pressure regularly to see that they're right. With his help and your careful driving, keeping under 40, avoiding fast turns and sudden starts or stops, the life of your tires can be greatly increased. And that's not all. Your Texaco dealer's expert lubrication, regularly with Texaco quality products, will prolong the life of your car, too. So drive in at that Texaco sign. Remember, care for your car, for your country.
And now the Texaco Workshop Players. Tonight they present a thrilling drama of intrigue behind prison walls called The Hardy Family in the Penitentiary or Life with Father. Maestro, if you...
Come on, get your windbreaker, Maple. Let's go. I'm coming, Homer. Okay, let's
Quiet in the audience, please.
Go ahead with your acting, brother. We're blowing.
Now, well, wait. Now, we're just starting our play. You folks can't walk out now.
Well, we got in here by mistake.
Yeah, we thought it was the Fourth Symphony Hour.
What a beating we took tonight, huh, Mabel?
Yeah. Looking at a lot of nobodies.
Nobody? Madam, I happen to be Fred Allen.
Who knows you?
Why, I've been on the air Wednesday nights for 8 years.
Oh, we don't listen Wednesday night.
No, Wednesday's Homer's Lodge night.
Yeah. Sons of exempted fathers in 1918.
Wednesday's my club night, too. Campfire girls who went out.
You've never heard this program, the Texaco Star Theater?
No, we ain't the only ones, brother. There's millions of people going out Wednesdays. They never heard of you. Come on, Mabel, let's blow. Let's
wait a minute. My snoot's caught on something.
Now, wait, just a minute.
Let's go on.
Sit down, you two. Now, for the benefit of you, sit here and keep quiet. For the benefit of you two and any other people who've never heard this program Wednesday night, I'll show you who I am. I will prove to you that I am a celebrity. I'll tell you the story of my life. All right? And any other people who've never heard this program Wednesday night, I'll show you who I am. I will prove to you that I am a celebrity. I'll tell you the story of my life. All right, Mr. Bates.
We now present an emergency feature. The Life of Fred Allen. On March 8, 1942 at 9 p.m. Eastern War Time, a voice new to Sunday was heard over the Columbia Network. It was a sour voice, a flat voice, a voice that came from beyond the nose. The voice said...
Thank you, and good evening, ladies and gentlemen.
It was the voice of Fred Allen. Who was Fred Allen? Was he a will-o'-the-wisp? Was he the shadow incognito? Was Fred Allen a star, or just a bum? Fred Allen was born at Cambridge, Massachusetts, during the blizzard of 1896. It was so cold that night, Fred Allen was born with mittens on. The doctor looked at the shivering little tyke and said... Nurse!
Yes, Dr. Kildare, I'm bringing the crib.
Forget the crib. Get me a cage.
Yes, Dr.
Yes, what a dissipated-looking baby.
With those jewels under his eyes, I thought he had 3 heads.
He doesn't seem to be breathing.
Shall I hold him upside down?
Yes, I'll slap some life into the little monstrosity. And so Fred
Fred Allen made his entrance into the world. And on his first entrance, the doctor gave him a great big hand. Was Fred Allen to be an actor? The new name to shining light? And a little star been born, or just a little bum? When Fred Allen was 2 years old, he hid in the bathtub in his house. 15 years later, his mother found him.
Son. Don't you remember me, son?
Ma.
What a memory. Have you been sitting in this empty bathtub for 15 years?
Yup.
What have you been doing all these years?
Now that Mother Allen had found little Fred, she packed him off to school. At 17, he was rather big to be entering the first grade. He wore long pants with his little Lord Fauntleroy suit, and he carried a chic razor in his lunchbox. But off he went to school. At the end of 4 years, one morning, his teacher said to the class,
Well, children, this is the final day of school. You will receive your diplomas on the way out. Fred Allen,
Yes, teacher.
this is your 4th year in the same class. Your senior year in the 1st grade.
I like it here.
Here, moron, take this and get out of my school.
What is this, a diploma?
No, it's a dispossess.
Was Fred Allen to make his way in the world untutored? Was he to go through life a self-made man, a rugged individualist, or just a bum? His school days over, Fred Allen returned home to think about the future. For 7 years, he taught. Then one night, his mother called him into her room and said,
Son, you're 24 years old now. It's time you knew.
About the bees and the flowers, Ma.
No, it's time you knew I can't stand the sight of you.
Well, you ain't no sweater girl, Ma.
For 7 years, you ain't worked, you ain't earned a penny. You ain't good for nothing but eating and sleeping.
Now, Ma, you
The
ain't...
time has come, son. I'm giving you your choice.
What choice, Ma?
Either you can run away from me or I'll run away from you.
Yeah?
One of us has got to run away from the other.
Well, I'll run, Ma. I'm younger.
Where do you run to, son?
To New York City, Ma. I can't do nothing else or go on the stage.
Good luck, son. And don't forget,
What, Ma?
when your show comes to town,
Yeah?
I want passes.
I won't forget you, Ma. Which way is New York?
Go out this door and turn left down the hall.
I know. By the ash can, bare left.
Now get.
Going, Mother! Would Fred Allen go on the stage? Would he take New York by storm? Would he be another John Barrymore or just a bum? And so, with his toothbrush in one hand and a crust of bread in the other, Fred Allen arrived in New York determined to be an actor. One day, he passed a shabby little theater on Broadway. A sign on the lobby said, Burlesque, Maurice Bozo Evans and his Humpty Dumpty Girl. Allen went backstage to see Mr. Evans. All right, girls, that's enough for the bubble dance. Let the air out of your bubbles. Mr. Evans. I'm Bozo, yes? Can I... Beat it, brother. If you're waiting for the girls outside. But I want to join your show, Mr. Evans. Call me at the Mills Hotel later. But I've got to be an actor. Why? My grandfather died and left me a velvet beret, a polo coat with a mink collar, lavender spats, and a bamboo cane. Yes, you've got to go on the stage, you poor chap. Well, I've got what it takes to be an actor, Mr. Evans. You go without eating? Yes, sir. Can you travel in cattle cars? Yes, sir. Can you get out of a hotel window and climb down the drain pipe with 2 suitcases and a copy of the billboard? Yes, sir. You'll do. We're opening Glens Falls tomorrow night. And the following night at Glens Falls, New York, Fred Allen made his first appearance before a theater audience. When the first act curtain came down on Maurice Bozo Evans and his Humpty Dumpty Girl, Fred Allen walked out on the stage and said,
Now, folks, I'm calling your attention to Crunch Show, this delicious new chewy candy. There's a prize in every package. You say this ain't enough? All right. Besides the prize in every case and every package, I'm giving away a 52-piece set of dishes, a portable radio, and a brand new Goodrich tire. Now, who started off? Who takes the first box of Crunch Show delicious chewy candy? It's a nickel. It's a half a dime. Who takes...
And so Fred Allen's theatrical career was launched. Would Fred Allen have Broadway at his feet? Would he turn out to be the toast of New York? Or just a bum? From burlesque, Fred Allen went into vaudeville. From vaudeville, into receivership. And from receivership, Fred Allen went into Broadway shows.
The passing show of 1922.
Rogues and Frolics. The Greenwich Village Follies.
Holly.
The First Little Show.
Freeze the Crowd.
Then Fred Allen went to Hollywood. There he made 3 pictures.
Thanks a Million with Dick Powell. Sally, Irene, and Mary with Alice Faye. Love Thy Neighbor with Rochester.
By now a seasoned trooper, Fred Allen finally turned to radio. In 1932, a new program came to the air.
The Linnet Pass Club Review, starring Fred Allen.
In 1933...
Hellman's Mayonnaise presents Fred Allen.
In 1934, 5, 6, 7, 8, and 9...
It's Town Hall Tonight with Fred Allen.
In 1940, Fred Allen found a new sponsor. The Texas Company, with their 45,000 dealers from coast to coast, faced the crisis. At a conference one day, a vice president said,
I tell you, O.B., we've got to do something. After all, we sell gasoline. I know, D.C. People are staying home listening to their radios. Nobody's out driving his car. Well, what can we do, J.C.? We've got to put a man on the radio who will drive people out of their homes and into their cars. I know just the man, J.C. Who? Fred Allen.
And on October 2nd, 1940, Fred Allen started his Texaco Star Theater. People fled out of their houses into their automobiles. Finally, there were no listeners left at home on Wednesday night. Tonight, Fred Allen begins his drive against Sunday listeners. As his first program draws to a close, and Fred Allen says,
Good night, ladies and gentlemen, and all listeners.
I ask you,
Is Fred Allen a star?
Is Fred Allen a celebrity?
Is Fred Allen the man of the hour, or just a bum?
As our first Sunday show comes to a close, I want to thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for joining us tonight. Now, next week, our guest will be Tyrone Power, the popular 20th Century Fox movie star, and the winner of the Texaco College competition at Colgate University, David Bowman. This is Fred Allen saying good night for the more than 45,000 Texaco dealers from coast to coast, inviting you to tune in again next Sunday night and to drive in at your Texaco dealers at any time. Remember, you're welcome. Good night.
This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
KNX, Los Angeles, the voice of Hollywood.